begin? All right, everyone, we are live here in the Black Box Theater at the Southwest Art Center. If you are looking for the council meeting this evening, we are still here at 915 New Hope Road, 30331. But we are just right next door in the Black Box Theater, and I believe our staff is going to be working on an overflow room because this one is filling up. We have a lot of big things to talk about, namely our budget. As you can see by our lack of AC in the big building, the cramming in here, we got some infrastructure needs that we are going to take care of in 2023 and 2024 with your blessing. And with that, I'm going to take a moment. First, I recognize that we have some new leaders here today. I know that y'all are here for a proclamation. You couldn't have picked a better meeting to come to because you get to see grown folks fight about money. And that's always very educational. And with that, I'm going to give a point of personal privilege to the District 3 Councilwoman, Helen.
Thank you. It is with sad news. I received a call from the family of Bishop Alonzo Terry. He was the bishop of the largest Pentecostal church south of I-20 that he passed on yesterday evening. So if we could keep the family in prayers, we will let you know when their service will commence. He was a large pillar, not only in District 3, but in the community. And we just need to keep our family in prayer, keep his family in prayers. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Clerk, would you please? Okay, and we're going to, we do have council comments coming up, but I'm going to give one more point of personal privilege to Councilwoman Pritchett in District 7.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to acknowledge the passing of one of our own mom, Major Tamika Pritchett's mother died over the weekend. And I just wanted to give condolences to the family and recognizing her for being someone that's very valuable to our organization and is like a family member to me. So I'd like to honor the memory of her mother, Diane Pritchett. Thank you.
Ashe to the bishop and mother. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Mayor Khalid and members of the City Council. This is the roll call for the Tuesday, August 22nd regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Present. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And lastly, the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, we do have invocation. Pastor, if you would, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Ms. Pastor McNeil will deliver the invocation this afternoon, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which the flag didn't make it over.
Let us bow our heads for prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this gathering of your people, of each person from the mayor to the council to every facet of what this community is made up of. We thank you. We invite you in this meeting. We invite you to lead, to guide us, to be able to help us to be able to address every part of the agenda. Let us be able to be open-minded. Let us be willing. Let us show compassion and love. God, we ask a special prayer on the bereaved. We ask right now that you touch Bishop's family and that you touch our very own, the Pritchett family. And we ask, God, that you wrap your arms of comfort around them. For weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Does not mean 24 hours, but God, we know that you will comfort that morning. God, we ask that in this agenda, that you look on every part of the agenda. God, we ask that you look on every proclamation. We ask, God, that everything that needs to be addressed in the planning area, the public works area. God, we ask the city events. God, we ask that you continue to cover our public safety department, the city administration, God, and we just ask that everybody, every resident, every concern, that you hear it and that you help us to continue to serve in the capacities and the gifts that we do. It is in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, we're going to give a second for our Councilwoman Gums, who's just entered, if you will note that, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I feel like I need a praise break after that prayer. Amen. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes. It's approval of City Council regular meeting minutes from July 18, 2023. City Council work session minutes from August 8, 2023. City Council alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from August 8, 2023. And special call meeting minutes from August 8, 2023. And millage rate hearing minutes from August 9th and August 16th at 10 and 6 p.m. Those are offered for consideration.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as read by the city clerk.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, we'll take the vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous. Thank you.
Please sound the next item.
The next item is adoption of the council agenda.
The chair will entertain a motion. All right. The chair will entertain Councilwoman Willis.
Item 38, I need to pull so that we can discuss an executive session under litigation.
Okay.
I move that we approve the agenda for Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023, with the amended changes.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Sans item 38, Mr. Clerk will take a vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 7, proclamation presentations. The first proclamation is a proclamation presentation recognizing the Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. This is sponsored by Councilmember Reeves, who, perfect timing. Members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, you can come out front. Guess in this corner right here would be best.
Perfect timing. I came at this moment. I timed it just right. And to honor our Zeta Phi Beta sorority here, as we also have a council member on the sorority. Would you like to help me read this? I'm going to let you start off out here.
No.
Okay. Absolutely. Whereas Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated was founded on January 16, 1920, on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C., by 5 trailblazing co-eds, Arizona Cleaver Stevens, Pearl Anna Neal, Myrtle Tyler Faithful, Viola Tyler Goings, and Perry, Georgia native, Fannie Petty Watts. And whereas the sorority has included more than 125,000 women who uphold the organization's principles of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood, and whereas the Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter was chartered on October the 5th, 1991, to provide service to communities in the South Metropolitan Atlanta area.
And whereas, since 2020, the Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter and its Zeta Amici Friends Auxiliary have provided countless hours of community service to the City of South Fulton through the City of South Fulton National Night Out event, the City of South Fulton Parade, honoring the Langston Hughes High School 6 AAA football state champions, the Old National Merchants Association 5K, community drive-through food giveaways, Parks and Recreation, Friday Night Live, programming of community bingo nights, Balling with a Purpose, community concerts, the Elbert Outlaw Holiday Classic, Holiday Toy Drive, Senior Technology Connection, Veterans Day Chili Cook-Off, supporting the fire department initiatives, promoting and participating in many city and council-sponsored events. And whereas the chapter has been engaged with the City of South Fulton through distribution of census and voting information, participation in South Fulton University, engaging District 5 community town hall meetings, attending City of South Fulton council and district meetings, and providing snacks to City of South Fulton poll workers during elections. And whereas Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter has proven to be a valuable asset to the City of South Fulton through its partnerships with the city government and departments. We are a community-conscious, action-oriented organization.
Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council recognizes and extends its gratitude to the Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and looks forward to continued collaboration to keep the city of South Fulton a city on the rise.
Good evening, and thank you very much. On behalf of the Omicron Kappa Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and our friends, the Amici of College Park, we would like to thank you very much for this proclamation. We know that service is at our heart, and giving back to our community is very important to us. The City of South Fulton, my home, is very important to me, taking care of our community. Thank you for the opportunities to partner with you, and we look forward to continued partnerships in the future. Thank you very much, City of South Fulton.
The next process. The next proclamation presentation is a proclamation honoring the life of Danielle Monique Hunter. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs.
Oh, this is for the hotel motel?
Thank you. If the Hunter family can join me and my colleagues up at the front.
42.
Yep. That's what I have written down there.
Thank you for being here.
Oh.
Oh, Hallelujah, we're the whole family. I'm sorry it's so hot, but thank you all for being here. Just to kind of give you a little bit of background about how I met Danielle. Danielle was a very vocal voice on Nextdoor. Many of y'all are familiar with hanging out on Nextdoor. And there was a issue with the proclamation that was given to Gunner. I don't know how many of you remember that. But we had a conversation, a real in-depth conversation. And she had become one of my very strong supporters even before the whole incident about the Gunner, the language, the education, and she wanted to make sure that our community took time to understand how this impacts our youth. So she also requested, I want to meet with Mayor Bill Edwards at the time. So she was really pushing to make sure that we were all educated on how we impact our community through music and culture. And then I had the opportunity to meet her husband probably a few months ago, and I did not know that she had passed away. So it kind of took the wind out my sails, but I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to honor her life and all that she did. So I'm going to read you this proclamation, and you see these two young boys up here. These are three. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the tall one. Her three sons that are here, and along with her husband, who has been a real big supporter. So let me step over here. All right, so this proclamation reads, the proclamation honoring the life of Danielle Monique Hunter. Whereas on July 27th, 1983, yeah, don't make me cry. My eyelashes are not holding on. Okay, all right. So whereas on July 27th, 1983, the day Danielle Monique entered this world, a tapestry of significant events unfolded, shaping the era with innovation, connectivity, and cultural milestones. And whereas Danielle embodied the essence of historical moments through her expansive imagination, infectious joy of living, deep connection to her community, and unwavering commitment to her Christian faith. And whereas rooted in Proverbs 22:6, Danielle's mother instilled in her the teachings of Jesus Christ, cultivating a solid foundation that blossomed into a life of courage and faith. And whereas her pursuit of knowledge led her through Georgia's educational landscape, through Morrill High School to Spelman College, where she earned her bachelor's degree in psychology, and onward to Mercer University, where she obtained her master's in school counseling. And whereas inspired by the story of Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Danielle dreamt of finding a soulmate who would journey with her through life's ups and downs, and this dream was fulfilled when she met her prince, Dr. Wardell C. Hunter III, uniting in marriage at the enchanting Victoria Bell Mansion. And whereas her abiding faith led her to believe that God would grant her heart's desires, and she was blessed with three sons, Wardell, Winston, and Warren, I like the W's, who reflected her and her husband's zest for life, remarkable courage, and steadfast devotion. And whereas Danielle embraced her role as a stay-at-home mother with the tenacity and determination instilling in her sons a legacy of nurturing, generosity, and selfishness. And whereas her heart knew no boundaries as she touched lives across Tampa, Flanders, College Park, Rex, Atlanta, and the city of South Fulton, serving as a beacon of compassion and faith as a juvenile probation officer and a site coordinator for communities and schools of Atlanta. And whereas her boundless love and leadership continue to shine through her devoted husband, Dr. Wardell C. Hunter, and her cherished sons, Wardell, Winston, and Warren. And whereas on April 22nd, 2023, Danielle's spirit transitioned into heaven after an intense battle with cancer. And although she's no longer here, her memory is embraced by her extended family, friends, and communities, and her legacy lives on in the hearts of all who privileged to know her. Now therefore be resolved, the mayor and city council members of the city of South Fulton, and on behalf of the 108,000 residents that reside in the city, hereby proclaim and recognize Tuesday, August the 22nd, 2023, as a citywide celebration of life for Danielle Monique Hunter, and encourage all residents to extend our best wishes for the beacon of light in our community. my resident, so I do want you to say something.
Well, I do want to thank you for this proclamation honoring her. She was an amazing woman and my daughter. And I want to also thank the family because these are the people whose lives that she touched. Well, some of them rather. And she did a remarkable job of impacting, changing lives all throughout the community, from Atlanta all the way down to South Florida. And I do want to just give our thanks on behalf of family and friends for this honor. Thank you very much.
I'm going to say anything real quick. I know we got counseling. Don't cry. Y'all can come and party with us every year to celebrate her life. So again, thank you so much. Can y'all squeeze in for a picture? Sorry about the heat. Feel like I'm in Hawaii. It has?
All right, Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the next item?
Jesus. Maybe Mexico.
Yes, sir. The next item is item 7 on the printed agenda on the Roman numeral 8. It's public hearing number 1 for the FY 2024 budget. First item will be a presentation by Sharon D. Subadan, interim city manager.
Madam City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, citizens, staff members, teammates. I will not give the full lengthy presentation that we gave the last time, but the city manager's proposed budget is presented for your consideration for $206.4 million, $129 million operating budget with new initiatives, $53 million with budget for other special funds, and $23.5 million in capital projects and one-time expenditures. The comparison over last year's budget, can advance to slide number 9. The budget is increased over fiscal 23, wherein the budget was approved for $178 million. This is $206, a difference of $28 million. Next slide. This slide shows the various line items of revenue. As you can see, there's property taxes and other general fund revenue, other funding sources. Next slide. Further detail of where is the money for the budget. To be noted, there is a carryover of ARPA, American Rescue Plan funds for $8 million, use of fund balance for $23 million. Next slide. And then the following slide is a explanation of homestead exemption, which we have done for 3 consecutive weeks. So I'm not going to dwell on the homestead exemption today. Going down, the next slide, general fund revenue of $129 million in different categories. Special fund revenue in different categories. Of note is SPLOS, Special Local Option Sales Tax. These are all dedicated funding sources for dedicated uses. They can't be used to fund general fund expenditures. Next slide shows the general fund expenditures and reduction in the fund balance for one-time and capital purposes. This shows the different types of different portions of our budget. As with most municipal cities, the public safety accounts for the largest part of our budget. And this slide shows our base budget, which accounts for continuing expenses for staff and obligations that the city has, and then new initiatives. The new initiatives are provided in 5 different categories: quality of life. Many of these are one-time, next slide please, are one-time expenditures that have been identified by the community, by staff, and by our council for improvements in the community that are well needed, and we thought it was important to incorporate these in our budget and used one-time funding to cover most of the new initiatives. Next new initiative is funding for future facilities, to include the debt service for a future public safety training center, police headquarters, and city hall, as well as some existing improvements and capital improvement projects for parks and cultural affairs. The third is public safety. And there are a number of items in public safety, to include the EMS expansion plan and several fire and EMS related expenditures, as well as 15 additional sworn police officers and equipment to support them. The next slide is workforce development. This section includes bringing staff up to $20 an hour minimum wage, which was passed in the last meeting, and funding for the results of a pay study that is being conducted right now. We are asking the council to add staff in our critical operating departments, as well as some other HR related initiatives. And then planning for the future. It said if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And there are several areas of our community, such as a comprehensive plan update, historic resources survey, and a development impact fee study to determine if that's an area we should explore, a trail master plan, and facility master planning to ensure that when we do go into facilities, we do it in the most efficient and effective way possible. And then there's transportation local option sales tax. These are the projects planned for fiscal '24. And so with that, our next steps, this is the city manager's proposed budget. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to adopt the millage rate. This is the first of 2 public hearings. And the expectation is that you'll give us feedback on changes you'd like to see in the budget. And the final budget, I believe, is scheduled to be approved on September 12th. And with that, I'm subject to your questions, Mr. Mayor.
This is a public hearing for the budget, so let's start with our most important folks, our citizens. We have to do Do we have some people that have signed up?
Yes.
All right, if you have questions, comments, concerns, queries, illusions, dissolutions, or hallucinations about our budget, please approach the mic. We're going to start with the folks that Mr. Adams has on these cards. Go ahead and call those people.
Yes, we would also just like to let everyone know that this is the public hearing for the budget, and most of these cards that we received were related to the budget. We also will have public comment regarding items on the agenda at a later time, so just wanted to make that distinction. As I call your name, please approach the center microphone, and you will have 2 minutes. State your name, your address, and the district that you're in. And the first speakers are Eleanor Ross, James Reese, Pamela Harris, Rashard Snellings, and Connie Robinson. Would you come in that order, please?
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Ross. I live in District 5, 3855 Fellwood Place. I wanted to share with you some statistics that are very, very valid. Truth is always grounded in the data. And if we ever needed some relief from the current inflation that continues to skyrocket in America, the time is now. We implore you, Council, to roll back that millage rate. The Bureau of Labor Statistics has reported that the consumer prices are up 9.1% over the year ending in June 2022. It is the largest increase in 40 years. The largest increases were found in transportation, food, and housing, which are the basic necessities that we rely on in order to survive on a daily basis. Prior research indicates that inflation hits low-income households hardest because more of their income is spent on basic necessities such as food, gas, rent, and these categories have the greater than average inflation rates, leaving only a few ways to reduce those. Ladies and gentlemen, servants of the people, you can help alleviate the pain we're all feeling in the pocketbooks right now. Roll back the millage rate and give us, those who believed in you when we voted you in, some relief. Now is not the time for a wish list to Santa Claus or to ask taxpayers for new toys for the city. I implore you, if you will, reduce the millage rate so that we can live. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Reese. I live at 4040 West Stubbs Road, District 4. I've sent letters to each and every one of you about rolling back the millage rate. Basically, what we're asking for is a simple 0.5 mil reduction would do. $2.5 million, less than $2.5 million reduction. That's not a lot. I think we can find that. We can find that with our eyes closed. Questions, I have specific things I want to ask a question about, projections on our local option sales tax. The budget is showing a 56% increase to $33 million. Based on everything I've looked at, I've looked at Roswell's budget, they're only showing an 8.5% increase, 8.5% increase. We're showing a 56% increase. That's a huge increase. $12.2 million is a huge increase in our local option sales tax. There has to be an explanation why we're projecting so much money in that particular budget, or that particular revenue line item. At $206 million for our budget, that's quite a bit. I know you're taking $23 million from the savings for capital projects, but when you're looking at capital projects, I need you to look at consolidating those capital projects, as opposed to building individual buildings and individual spaces all across the city. If you consolidate City Hall, Fire, and Police into one place, that helps us save money right there. That will give you the $0.5 million tax rollback for us. I can go on with a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm going to leave that there. But we're just seeking a 0.5 mil at a minimum. That's it. It doesn't take a lot. That doesn't take a lot. I think each one of you can find 0.5 mil in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pamela Harris, Rashard Snellings, Connie Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Harris. I live in Montclair Estates, District 1. We are here today to hear your discussion to justify next year's budget. As always, it starts with the assumption that all of the money in last year's budget was needed. So of course, you only need to justify any increases over last year's budget. When we balk, this increase, you threaten us with cuts to programs and services. We back down, of course, because we don't want the few services and programs we have cut. We have allowed you to use the backwards thinking to pull the wool over our eyes. This in any city's government budget should be based on needed services and programs at a minimum. Some of the newer council members may not be aware, but districts 1, 3, and 5 are very familiar with the study required by the state legislator before any new city could be created. This study was a financial feasibility study. Those professionals and experts at Georgia State University said that this city was projected to receive $65 million in revenue. And based on how efficient our leaders were, we should have anywhere between 6 to 17 million surplus. We are proposing a 24 budget of $206 million. That is 3 times the amount the experts said was needed to run the city without a surplus. Of course, you're going to say there was no inflation and COVID and. But let's assume an astronomical inflation rate of 10% each year since the city's inception. We should have tens of millions in the bank or something to show for it. So we need to go back and justify every penny above $65 million the experts said was needed to operate the city. With the surplus we are receiving each year, not only should our millage rate be rolled back, it could be 0, and we'd still have a surplus to operate the city. Corey, I'd like to add this to public records. I have some charts that'll back up what I was saying, everything I was saying.
Okay, thank you. I'll get that from you.
Come on, charts. Thank you.
All right, hello, my name is Rashard Snellings, resident of District 1, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail. As we consider the budget, I haven't heard anyone talk about the plans to reduce our legal spending challenges, usually of his own making. Lots of avoidable lawsuits having to be settled, oftentimes because of how the city mistreats its employees and then fires them or forces a resignation, like we saw in recent months. Reducing the risk exposure reduces the cost to the city's liability insurance, which could potentially lead to a significant cost savings. This is an area of opportunity for cost savings that each of you before me can help us out in. As I went through this budget, I couldn't help but think about all the money I personally witnessed be wasted. Now, Ms. Subadan, you were not here for this, and what I'm about to say is not directed to you, but as we witness the consideration of this budget, I'd just like everyone to understand how we can achieve cost savings by not wasting money. Open records revealed that just last year, council budgets for districts 1, 2, 3, and 5 were drained at their request to allow the city council to spend $13,000 on campaign materials for the former mayor after he was voted out. We also saw where over $9,000 was spent to send city council members to attend a private funeral in Savannah after the GMA conference had ended. I'm expecting the council to deny this, so I'm just going to post this on social media tonight for everyone to see. Now, last week, Councilwoman Pritchett just told us about how she has to bring struggling families food. How do you justify raising taxes on households that can't even afford to feed their families? How do you tell vulnerable families, I know we just raised your taxes, but here's some chicken. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Snellings. Next.
Ms. Connie Robinson.
Good evening, everyone. Connie Robinson, Palmview Court, District 2. I just want to echo all the speakers before me and also state that on behalf of the City of South Fulton, HOAs and Neighborhood Collab Group, we were looking at this budget and just looking at some of the slides, I see that now there is $1.5 million for the pay study, which I don't think that amount was previously revealed, but we knew there was money allocated for the pay study. But anyway, we would like to remove that $1.5 million for the pay study, remove funding for safety awards program, remove $200,000 for canopies over VIP in Wolf Creek, remove $500,000 for holiday decor and lights, remove funding for a grant writer, and remove funding for $1.5 million for a police trailer. Now, the 23 budget, which I believe was $170-some thousand, it included completing a class and compensation study to keep the city competitive in recruitment and retention. It was to ensure eligible employees receive a mid-year 3% merit pay increase and funding a $1,000 cost of living adjustment for city staff. So as of August 8th, the 24 proposed budget, which is $6 million or something, 30-some plus million over the 23 budget, the council voted to increase their pay and staff minimum wage to $20 an hour. Additionally, included in that was a 3% cost of living adjustment was included for all existing employees effective October 1. So what are these numbers based on if no study was done? So that's why we're asking for removing the pay study at this time, or either withhold the pay increases until the study is completed. One or the other. You should not have to be doing both at this time. Additionally, with the Risk Safety Awards program, no data statistics were shared to indicate why such a program is warranted. Have there been multiple accidents or safety concerns that increase workers' comp claims, vehicle repairs, or city insurance? So data needs to be provided to support that particular incentive program. I have more, but thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. I did receive cards from Jewel Johnson, Glenda Collins, and Jane Williams. Did y'all wish to speak on the budget or wait for the public comment for the meeting?
And you can do both, so you don't have to pick.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane, and that's, I don't know where it is. It's supposed to be in the city of South Fulton, but we got so many zip codes, I don't know where I am. I don't know at this time whether I should allow my 2 minutes to stare down my council, my mayor, all of you. Given the information that was just delivered to you by my neighbors that lives in the city, who have been here numerous of times, along with myself, asking you all to do the right things. They have said pretty much more about what I wanted to say. Before I go any further, I just want to say, look at yourselves. Go home and look at yourselves and ask yourself, have I served the people of the city of South Fulton, or have I served myself? That's something I want you to ask yourself. And I would like very much for you to take in consideration all the things that you've heard here today as it relates to the budget. When you look at the fact that Fulton County didn't do it, and given all the things that's going on with them right now, they listened to the people. They didn't increase anything with them. And we're just only asking you to take a look at what we have monetarily. And I want to talk about also the fact that I think this is about the third or fourth time that we have put a study in it, in the budget, to study impact fees. And so many times we have overlooked that. We have not gotten a study yet. Why? Is it because someone else want to do something they want to do instead of what the people ask them to do? Thank you.
Let's see, Ms. Jane Williams and Ms. Glenda Collins after her.
Hello, everyone. Jane Williams here. Brentwood Place, District 7, that hasn't been changed yet. But anywho, So I just want to say thank you to all of you who serve our city, to the mayor and council. Now, I hope I don't get stoned up here today, but I do agree with the millage rate increase. And let me tell you why. There are things that City of South Fulton needs. Now, we need to be prepared for some things. We think that catastrophes cannot happen in the City of South Fulton, in Georgia. Well, it can, because climate change is changing every day. The millage rate will help us to increase and will help us to cover projected expenses such as our police and fire services. We need to make sure that they are updated with the latest equipment. Also, we need to be prepared and we need to be ready. The increase should also help us with our roads. We need to have sidewalks throughout the City of South Fulton. Now, I am from Loganville, Georgia, and I'm sure y'all can probably hear my accent. We have sidewalks throughout Loganville, okay? Even, excuse me, ma'am. Thank you. So, we need better lighting in the City of South Fulton. We need our grass to be cut. We also need our trees and better lighting, okay? My time is up, and I have more I could say, but I just want to thank you all for this time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Glenda Collins. I live in the Fairwood area on Morning Creek Drive. No one wants to pay additional monies in any capacity in this life or on this earth, and we frail against this concept. However, in order to maintain a great quality of life in which we all aspire to live is necessary. Many employees are slated to get a $20 per hour raise, and I agree with this 100%. We want to maintain employees who want to remain with the City of South Fulton. In many cases, longevity brings experience, so when we call customer service, one important fact is that the individual on the other end of the phone may be able to answer our questions and not transfer us to many different areas and give us the answer that we need to receive. The City Council and the Mayor works hard to maintain this city. I agree with the Council and the Mayor, and everyone needs a raise. The state workers get raised. The federal government workers get raises. People who work in hospitals get raises. The people on disability and Social Security gets raises. Now, when it comes to Mr. Venezuela, I would like for him to cut the trees that are growing across the street.
Me too.
Fill the potholes immediately. Me too. Clean the retention ponds. Repair the broken sewer caps and clean the sewer drains. We have an area in our District 5 where the creek is clogged up with limbs and trees. And I want to say this before I sit down. Now, the person has contacted Mr. Venezuela. He says he is not responsible, but we're supposed to have mirrored Fulton County. Fulton County cleaned it, but we do not. So I need an answer on that so I can go back to the individual and explain why we do not do that, because they pay their taxes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Mr. Mayor and Council, that completes the cards submitted in person. I would like to state for the record that we did receive several written comments that I will submit to the mayor and council for further reading. Charles Jones, Tiny Miller, Chrissy Frederick, Chris Jones, Nita Jones, and Derek Clark. We did receive your comments and will be shared with the mayor and council.
All right, thank you. Ms. Collins, I got a godmother and some aunties that might argue with you about that Social Security increase. They say that ain't no increase. But we're going to start with you, City Manager Subadan. I do just want to fact check to one thing that we heard, if you have any other responses, but the 0.5 mil reduction, would that generate $2.5 million? Do we have that math correct?
Half a mil is 2.400278.
Okay, awesome. All right, did you have any other?
I do. One area that has come up, and I haven't been able to study it in depth, but I did do a quick look, is the increase in LOST, L-O-S-T. The reason that it looks inordinately high is because last year's budget understated the LOST considerably. And so, quite honestly, this year we're correcting it, and we're doing it based on actual collections. So we're not overstating, and so it's hard to compare with the other cities, because this year, in this budget, we're correcting something that was misstated in the last budget. And the pay study, I feel compelled to explain. The 1.5 in this, I think it's 1.5 in the new initiatives for the pay study is not to conduct the study. It's a placeholder amount should the council be moved to act on the pay study once it is complete. So we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know how much that is. The amount we put in there was on the low end, but I did want to put something in the budget should the council decide to move on the pay study and enact the pay study in order to keep us competitive, in order for us to attract and retain the best and the brightest of the talent to run the city. And that's all I really have at this time.
All right, thank you for that important elucidation. The pay study you said was how much?
The funding,
Not the funding, but just the study itself.
the study itself was, I think, $38,000.
Okay.
And it's
So-
ongoing right now.
Right, I
It's
think some
happening right
people heard the 1.2 million and they thought that's what we were.
now. No, that is funding to support
Gotcha.
enacting the pay study should the council decide to move on it.
Got it. All right, and with that, I'm just going to go right down the line. I'm sure everyone has some thoughts about what we've just heard. So District 1, Councilwoman Rao.
Just a couple of things. In terms of the budget, some of the areas that they've talked about, I know we've gotten a lot of feedback, and some of the initiatives, the trail plan, they all tie into other things that we've received public input about. And I know I had a personal conversation to kind of see where, and I even mentioned at our last hearing, do you think there are places that we can potentially tighten our belts? I know after having a few additional conversations, our major commercial corridors, they want activity, they want people to shop in their area, and those were some of the things I heard too in terms of focusing on that as we focus on growing the city. So if you have any insights, I'd like to hear that.
Sure, so the 23 million of one-time expenditure, eliminating any part of that really only puts the money back in fund balance. It doesn't, it wasn't programmed to be an ongoing expense. It was one-time expenditure for capital. And so consequently, making those reductions, it doesn't impact ongoing because we funded ongoing expenses with revenue sources which would be recurring. So you couldn't, for example, fund debt service with funding that's one time, because you're going to have, just like your mortgage payment, you have it every year. You can't budget your mortgage payment out of your savings account. That's not going to be sustainable. And so the budget was pretty tight. You know, we went through every department. I took money that was unspent all throughout everyone's budget. They will tell you. They called me the Edward the Scissorhands, making those reductions. Nobody was exempt. And so, the budget doesn't have a lot of fluff. If there is a desire to make a reduction, the categories are spelled out. It's the council's decision as to what you'd prefer for us to cut.
And is it not the case that with some of these facilities, they are located like the police and courthouse, they're not standalone buildings?
Right, and so we are starting that programming. One of the really important things that both the police and fire chief have concurred and agreed on is we won't duplicate training facilities. So our public safety training center will be a training center for police and fire. So we're not going to build duplicate agility centers to train. We're going to put all of that in one place. The other thing is the council has purchased land, and I think you want to have some landmark facilities in different parts of the city. And so that has been the strategy. Would it be, maybe more efficient to put everything on one spot? Possibly, but when you put all of your eggs in one basket, you also have some challenges with that as well. And while our site that was purchased for the public safety training facility is large, a very large portion of it is not buildable. And so we are working together to ensure, as you said, municipal court is on the same facility with our police headquarters, and we are going to be downsizing to make sure that we don't duplicate functions, because that not only is it an expense to build duplication, but then you have to maintain and operate it. So we are being very careful that we don't duplicate classroom space, training space, vehicle maintenance will all be in one place. So we're making sure that we streamline so that we're not duplicating. Did that answer your question?
Yes, and thank you. There's one thing I want to address since it was publicly stated. No council members traveled to any city to attend any person's funeral. And I just wanted to say that so that the council member doesn't have to deal with that. That did not occur, so.
All right, the chair recognizes District 2, Councilwoman Combs.
Okay, excuse my voice. I think we have gone through this budget exercise plenty of times. Today is the final presentation. And of course, I've heard from many constituents, and I do have some concerns that I'm going to address and ask of you. I think it's important for this series of exercises because it also educates the public on the process and the things that we have to go through as a city. I think one of the things that many of you all that are sitting in those seats don't see the intimate details of the struggle of not being able to get things done because we don't have adequate staff, or you all reaching out to council members because something has not taken place. And I think, this budget, again, as I've shared in many of my conversations, is that this has probably been the best process that I've seen since being a city. We lost 3 years from the pandemic, and we're trying to still overcome that. So here we are. I call it, even though we've been here 6 years, this is year 3 for us, trying to get things done. So, City Manager, as our Chief Executive Officer, you've presented a budget and you recommend a position about to provide services and enhance the culture and improve our overall customer service to the residents. And I think that we've gone through this exercise and there has been some miseducation, in fact, about we're raising city taxes. Mm-hmm. And you've explained, and I just want to make sure that the residents understand that the city is not raising taxes. Or the millage rate. We're keeping it the same. The state law requires municipalities to advertise that they're increasing the millage rate if they're not set for a rollback. Okay? It's not saying that we can't do a rollback, but I think the miseducation part of everybody saying we're raising taxes and that's not what's happening. So I'm not sure about how my colleagues feel, but again, like I said, is it your recommendation that we roll the millage rate back And is there, how can I say it? Will we see a decrease in city services? And is there a guarantee that we will not raise taxes by rolling back the millage rate? Because it's, again, my understanding based off of valuation and not taxation. So is that accurate? Because people are sending emails requesting that we roll back the millage rate because we don't want to raise taxes. Can you please speak to that?
Sure. So, as stated in the millage public hearings, we've had 3 of them. The state dictates how we advertise the millage rate. If you basically collect any more or projected to collect any more funding based on the valuation of property than the year before, you have to advertise it as a tax increase. When in fact you're maintaining the millage rate at the same level as the prior year. The reason it is the revenue would be increased is because the assessed value of property has gone up. Everybody has seen, anybody who owns property knows that their value of their property has increased in the last 3 years. So if you apply the same tax rate to increased value, you're going to see an increase, and we have to advertise it as an increase. The thing that I would push back on is, just like everyone here has experienced an increase, the city is experiencing an increase as well. It costs us more to put fuel in our police vehicles. It costs us more to buy those vehicles. It costs us more to retain qualified police and firefighters and administrators and customer service personnel. This budget includes a customer service call center, because I too am frustrated that you can't get through when you call City Hall. I think it's unacceptable. Somebody should be there to answer the phone. Additionally, the cost of everything has gone up. And so that is why I do not recommend a rollback. I also caution you because it's always it's tempting to want to do the rollback, but in Jamaica, my grandmother used to say, you see today, but you don't see tomorrow. And what that means is, right now, everybody's property is on an upward trajectory. But I remember 2008, when we lost value, and it took 10 years for that value to just come back to break even. And so if we hit a speed bump, we still have to pay firefighters and police officers. I still have to put gas in the car. We still have to buy cars. We still have to pay our bills. And so if we take a reduction and values start to go down, or one thing that has happened before, when the economy was bad, we couldn't collect our taxes. And so what used to be 99 or 95% became 85% or 80% because people were going into foreclosure and they couldn't pay the taxes. So while we see today, everyone in this room is old enough to remember 2008. Everyone. And so I caution you. The other thing that I would say is we all see things through our own lens. And you see things through the lens of what it means to you individually. But as your administrator, I have to look at how it impacts everybody collectively. So a millage rollback, maybe $50 a year for someone with a $175,000 home, but to some of our largest taxpayers, residential, not residential, but commercial and industrial, that's $20,000. And about half of our ad valorem tax comes from commercial and industrial. So while you might be giving yourselves a small tax relief, you're giving your biggest taxpayers a large tax relief. So I have to look at it holistically. I have to look at the big picture and give you my best professional recommendation. I'm not a politician. I don't get votes, for a living or to keep my position. I'm a professional administrator. I'm like a CEO of a company who reports to a board, and I have shareholders. And so I'm giving you my best advice. At the end of the day, it's up to you whether you decide to take it or not.
Well, that's more than we've ever I'm sorry to say, that's more than we've ever had. So thank you for that. Also too, you know, with the budget, there's a lot of community improvement needs, right? Our parks, transportation, sidewalks, road maintenance, and I heard Mr. Reese comment. Can you explain to the audience as to why there's such a huge increase in the public works budget? Because that was one of his questions.
Well, the council has priorities that they have shared that are almost all infrastructure related. So we have SPLOST, but we have T-SPLOST, but in our T-SPLOST, it's not enough to do all. South Fulton is a large city. I came from a smaller city that had SPLOST and T-SPLOST. We're not allowed to do that in Fulton County. And so these infrastructure needs are constantly increasing in cost. So when we go to put in a sidewalk, what it costs us today, we have to buy the right-of-way. So when we go to put in a sidewalk, let's say it's a 1 mile sidewalk, if we have 77 owners, we don't just go take their property and pour in the sidewalk. We have to pay 77 people for the right-of-way. And guess what? They use the same appraisal and the same land value that says, my property is worth more. You're gonna have to pay me more for my piece of property to pour your sidewalk. We can't just take it. We have to pay for it. So cost of concrete has increased, cost of labor has increased, cost of engineering has increased. And so consequently, to get these important public infrastructure projects done, there's an increased cost. You all have had a streetlight master plan that has been talked about, evaluated, presented. This is the first time we're actually putting money in the budget to upgrade. We have a parks master plan. It was talked about in the public space. People gave their comments. They said what they wanted. And so this is an opportunity for us to take an initial bite out of a $25 million plan. It's one-time funding to be able to do projects that the community said that they wanted to have happen.
And lastly, I know that we have, I think as a city, we have several of these projects that are stuck in procurement, right? So the commitment, even through this budget, is setting up a procurement department and moving these projects. So just want people to really understand that the city is really doing all that they can. I know it's a huge wish list, but again, we are at year 6, which is really year 3. So we're still kind of trying to get everything, the momentum up of getting these projects met. And I think you're doing a fantastic job. I just wanted you to speak towards what's really happening, that we're not the big bad wolves. We're actually just trying to meet the needs and desires of what you all have asked for. I understand the economy. I work in corporate America, so I understand the concern because I have the same concerns. But I do think that we're on a good path here. So that's all I wanted to share in regards to that. But I think that we're moving at least in the right direction. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gums. District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. There was a comment, I want to add some context to it, about when we were on the onset of creating a city, we had to have a state feasibility study done. And I want to make sure that people understand when that feasibility study was done, it was based on the 2010 census and a population of about 88,000 residents. So even when that feasibility study was done, we knew that we had more population than that. When the 2020 census came back, we had yielded a population of over 110,000 residents. So we yielded not only a larger population, but that's counted population. You know, we got population that didn't get counted. But funding is only based on counted population. And we went back and of course our loss will increase because of that. So my question, I wanted to put that out there. And the last pay and class study that was done was in 2019. That predates the pandemic. We have had several inflations, supply and demand, things have gone up. Insurance is going to go up for employees. And so we want to make sure that we are paying in alignment and being competitive with other companies. And not only that, that our employees are yielding wages that would afford them the opportunity to have a good quality of life, but also pay their insurance costs. So, lastly, about the pay and wage study, as it relates to council wages, as I stated at the last council meeting, we did not take the full increase. This council decided to take incremental increase because we thought it was going to be too aggressive to take the full increase. And so everything that we're doing is pretty much based off of the 2019 study. And I'm pretty sure when the wage and compensation study is done and completed, it will call for an overall increase of employees and everyone. I don't do this to make a living. I don't know how anybody can think $37,000 is a livable wage. It is definitely not. I came out of an industry making six figures. And because I have a blessed husband and he knows my passion in my heart, he allowed me to serve. And I'm going to leave that there. I have a few questions for you, Ms. Subadan. Isn't it true, or is it true, that we have been yielding an annual surplus for about $30 million a year for the last 2 years?
I think that's high. If you have projects that are incomplete, then the money won't get spent, but the projects don't go away.
Right.
So part of why we roll money into the fund balance every year is because projects are not completed. The challenge you have with that is the estimate you had for that project last year or the year before. By the time you get to the project, it's more expensive to complete it. Part of the reason the budget is structured the way it is with additional staff in certain places is to be able to get these projects implemented.
Okay.
But 30 million, I think, is really high.
Well, how I came up with that is I went to the state website and it had our tax digest, and it took the 12.899 times the 43 billion tax digest, and it raised up to $55.7 million. And then that yielded a $500,000 equates to, and this is about 2.2 million. Gotcha. And that was about the 22 tax digest. So that's how I came up with that. And when we started in 2017, we were operating at about a $10 million deficit. And then we slowly, got ourselves out of that hole. And so for the past 2 years, that's how I came up with the $33 million annual deficit. It might be a little higher, but that's how I came up with that number. One of the things I want to ask, isn't it true that I know that the lighting is not something that we typically need, we would like to have, but it's not something we need. Is that considered a recurring or a one-time cost?
That's a one-time cost. So
Okay.
it's coming out of savings.
So our millage rate is made up of recurring revenue, correct?
That's correct.
So in the budget, you put a debt service of $7.5 million?
I did.
Okay, so if we were to start building out some of our buildings, we won't have the lease payment of about $500K a year. Is that correct?
When we move everyone out of lease space, that will be the case, including City Hall.
Okay, so with that being said, would it be possible that we could look to reduce the debt service by $500K?
Anything can be done with a vote of the council.
Okay, so that would give us about another 1.7 we need to find. And with I'm finishing up here, Mayor, if you don't mind. What I was thinking about, I mean, I'm just being realistic. At the rate that we move our capital projects, we have been moving very slow. We're 6 years old, we haven't even had a shovel in the ground. And so, is it possible that we could look to maybe pulling the rest of that from the 1.7 capital projects? And I mean, the way I see it, some of those projects are gonna get delayed anyway, just because of design, just because of it's just supply and demand, works shortage, and we ended up with a $70 million surplus because we weren't spending money. You know, we were generating about $30 million in annual surplus every year. So that's how we ended up with a 7. So I was doing number crunching and I was thinking that, okay, well, maybe we can generate about $28 million in surplus. I mean, it wouldn't hurt us. It won't even be $28 million. It'd be the difference between that $500K and then the $500K, and then whatever that difference is to come out of the $30 million. And I understand your position, but I mean, I'm just being realistic, and I'm just thinking how long it take us to move capital projects, and that may be a consideration. And I called, just to be honest with you, some of my finance friends in other states. We were up to 1 o'clock in the morning number crunching, and that was one of the things they said that we should, that I should consider is maybe we look at the surplus we're generating right now, about a little under that million a year. If we look to do that and do a $500,000 rollback, we will. We could live with generating a surplus of about $28 million a year. So we would take that $500K minus the $2.2 million, and then pull that from capital projects.
Capital is funded out of one-time money, so it doesn't help you with recurring. So if you're looking for recurring, it's things that are going to happen every year. It is true that it's unlikely that the full amount of debt service will be required in year one. Part of doing this is to establish the baseline. Again, it's like your mortgage payment. You decide that you're going to buy a house, you start to, in best case scenario, you start to program that into your budget ahead of time. So when you actually get a mortgage payment, you're prepared for it. So this is the same thing, making sure that you have this established so you're prepared for the future. It is something that it's philosophical on preparing for the future, which is future focused is the focus of this budget. Is that an area that you could reduce this year? You could, but just recognize that when you do have a shovel in the ground, when these buildings are going up, you are going to have to make that debt service payment. So if you're not prepared, it's going to have to come from somewhere else.
And so the last thing I was thinking about was, the CBDG grants that we get, and I know we're looking to probably procure a service to help seek other grants for us, to kind of help us offset some of the costs. I mean, I understand you have given a recommendation. I respect your recommendation and your expertise. But it is, we are to, do our homework too and try to figure out how to make a balance with what is needed and then what the community want. And that was just, something that I was thinking that we could probably look at doing. We could find the difference between the debt service of the $500K, and that will leave us about 1.1 million that we need to find, and figure out. I mean, we're yielding about a little under 30 million annual surplus. So if we were to take that from the annual surplus that we're yielding every year, I mean, I think that we'll still be yielding about 28,000 or 29,000. I mean, 29 million in surplus. I'm gonna go ahead and JC.
Thank you. We're a little over time. We do still have a long agenda.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 4 Councilman Sebastian. I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm gonna blame it on the heat.
I've been called Councilmember Reeves so many times, I can't count. As long as I don't get punished for being Councilmember Reeves, I'm okay with that still. I actually planned on saying very little tonight because I think my stance on this, and even last Millage rate hearing, said that we ought to look for at least $500,000 cut to give back for the citizens. City Manager, I have a couple of questions for you. Do you know how much money we had left over in the last budget cycle because of staff shortages, positions that we couldn't fill that were budgeted for last year?
For fiscal '22, I'd have to go and look at it. Fiscal '23, we did program, attrition was programmed in the budget, so there wasn't an assumption that every position would be filled. So I'd have to go back and get that for you, but we do look at that. We don't budget to fill every position for 12 months out of the year because that's not realistic.
Yep, I know there was some attrition built in, but I wanted to see if we actually use it all up or what was left. That's what I'm interested in.
You can find out.
Because that money, unlike projects, it's labor that we didn't have. And quite frankly, it's labor that the citizens probably suffered from because, as we talked about, sometimes not being able to get the phone answered or not being able to get something done in time because we don't have enough staff. Those are things that are gone. Those are not really projects that are waiting. It's labor hours that has passed by that we never paid for. It was mentioned about budgeting for 15 additional police officers. I don't remember seeing a number for fire. Is fire okay, or we need more there?
Fire is up 44 positions for the EMS expansion plan.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your explanation on the safety training complex, right? I've mentioned since I've been on council that I think these should be consolidated, so I'm glad that the chiefs are working together with you to make sure we don't have, as you mentioned, multiple complex for training and where we'll have to not only build but maintain the operational cost. So thank you guys, and thanks again to the chiefs for working through that. And that, to me, is a piece of news that we needed to have probably pushed a little more, but know that we know. I want to speak a little bit towards this thing that was mentioned with Fulton County. Fulton County voted to keep their millage rate the same. And what is strange is that one article in which I was interviewed for my comments and my stance against keeping the millage rate the same, on the very same night reported that the city of South Fulton was raising taxes even when we kept the millage rate the same. And at the end of the article, they said Fulton County not going to raise taxes because they kept the millage rate the same. You know, and I just said, wow, not even the people who are reporting this understand the system, right? Because it's complicated. Those two things can't be the same. What holds true for Fulton County can't be different for the city of South Fulton. If we both keep our millage rate the same, guess what? We're both raising taxes. And I am offended that people would sit here and say misinformation is going out. The reason why it gets advertised as a tax increase is because the value of your property increased. And even if you're charged the same rate, it's an increase coming out of your pocket. So we may not be the ones who are responsible for raising your taxes. So technically, we have not raised your taxes. The market did, right? But we have a responsibility as your city council member to perform that inverse relationship within reason. You know, hearing the amount of things we're not going to be able to afford if we give you back $2.4 million, and thank you, Councilmember Willis, it seems as if you're sliding over slowly to the white hat side. But for you to hear that if we cut the millage rate by if we cut that budget by $2.4 million, in effect $500,000, that we're not going to be able to afford all the rest of this stuff, right? What happened to the other two? What happened to the other 2.36 million? That's not going anywhere. I agree 100%. I actually appreciate the job that Ms. Subadan is doing. I tell her that all the time. But I was also elected to look after the citizens of this city. That's my job. And by the way, part of the reason why I believe I'm here from District 4, I used to give these chats in the community about tax bills. Mr. Mayor, I'm asking for the same privilege that was granted to, right.
Everybody's
Thank
got
you.
it.
So I have been fighting this battle for us to take into consideration our citizens. Everybody's winning. What about our citizens? Madam City Manager, I don't believe in group punishment, but I do believe in group sacrifice. If the entire group decides that's what we're going to do and that's what we're going to sacrifice to do, you know what? I'll be the first one to be all in. But I'm not going to tell you that because businesses who pay a lot of money in taxes anyway are going to get what sounds like a heavy return of $20,000, because you know what? They were billed on a rate. The reason they would get that much amount of money, because they paid a lot, right? And you know what I'm prepared to do? I'm prepared, if staff provide me with the contact information for these companies, I'm prepared to call the leadership myself and say, do something back for the city, if we're so concerned about that. And let them do it or not do it. But I always said, I'm always prepared to ask. The worst you could tell me is no. I'm not on the ballot this year. This is not about politics for me. This is about our citizens. And I've said that when I stood in front of a lot of you and stood on those stage for many, many times during the cityhood movement, I always said there's no need for us to give you new taxes because we're already doing the SSD. And thank you, Councilmember Willis. You're correct with the population number. But what is also true is that in that feasibility study, which was a relatively small document that I read from cover to cover several times, because I had to know it inside out, so when you asked me questions, I could be on top of it. It is also true that the numbers in that study represented service levels. And the reason why that $3 to $17 million surplus based on us collecting local option sales tax was always tossed around, it was because if we decide to do different service levels, we would use up more of that money. We are doing it because we need it. So I have no problems increasing the budget. I have no problems with the programs that Ms. Subadan has laid out. I'm just saying, let's tighten our belt. As some of you have said, there are certain things that we can do. Wait, cut. Councilmember Willis mentioned certain things. I don't have a degree in accounting like her, although I say I'm comfortable with numbers, right? But I know we can find some money in this budget for you. And that's why I even mentioned about the money rollover. We talked about $30 million a year for the last, if that is even close. But you know what? The reality is 70 million divided by 6, if my math serves me correctly, right, it's about $11 million a year, on average, over the life of the city. So to tell me we can't afford a few million, right? To tell me we can't look at options for 0.5 and 1 mil right now, I'm not suggesting rolling it all the way back. I'm just saying, give citizens some relief. Last thing I would say, I agree 100% that this council works hard. We work harder than we should work. And there are several reasons for that. When citizens are texting you and calling you all manner of day and night, which I don't mind. That's why I ran for office. That's why I gave out my personal cell phone number all the time. I have no problem doing it. So we work hard. But the reason why I voted against the salary increases, and I said it, if we are not sacrificing together, there shouldn't be any sacrifice. If we can't afford to roll back this millage rate, we shouldn't be getting pay increase. Okay? Mr. Clerk, for the record, how did I vote on the millage rate hearing, on the millage rate decision in 2022?
Yes, Councilman Sebastian, on August 31st, 2022, the council passed a millage rate of 12.899. It was approved 5-1. You were the only person in opposition.
Because again, I'm just saying, has nothing to do with Subadan. I've been consistent. We're growing the city, we're collecting more money, but I've been saying, give citizens back something. Give citizens back something. Let's do shared sacrifice and shared benefit. That's all I'll ask. Thank you all.
The chair recognizes the District 5 Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I actually voted out there to increase the millage rate to the max last year. I said that, we do need to increase taxes so we can afford a rollback this year. However, didn't go too well. But, Madam Subadan, can you explain to me, what is a rainy day fund?
So we call it reserve. What in municipal financing is a way that the government operates in the absence of revenue. Normally, it's between 4 to 6 months. Some governments collect up to 9 months. I worked in a jurisdiction that had a bad weather event, a significant weather event, and all of the cleanup had to be done from the city's perspective before getting reimbursed by FEMA, and that turned out to be like a $50 million expense over time. And if you don't have funding for that in your reserve, it means you have to borrow money and pay interest to be able to respond to the community. So in our situation, we've moved from having a deficit to, in this budget proposal, you'll have 4.5 months of reserve, which is pretty fair. But that's the purpose for it, to be able to be prepared in case there's something unforeseen, or if your revenue takes a sudden drop unexpectedly, there's a cushion to be able to allow you to continue to provide services.
Correct. And if anybody they remember a tornado hit Chestnut Hills, I think subdivision, Chestnut Ridge subdivision. Does anybody have that cost of that number that did it cost the city to clean up? I know you wasn't here at the time, Madam Superintendent, but we do have a real story. Go ahead. Does anybody on this DS know that number that we spent out?
And that wasn't the only one. We had a tornado that hit District 1.
Right, this Fulton Industrial District, correct? So I'm just saying that that's a necessary item to have because of the unexpected catastrophes that is necessary. But let me ask you this question. Is it feasible that you said, if I'm understanding correctly, the 0.5 rollback of a millage rate would equal $2.5 million, or 2.4, but just 2.5 rounded off? So what is the feasibility of reducing the rainy day fund by 2.5 million?
That doesn't work because, again, it's taking money out of your savings, but this is recurring. To reduce the millage rate, it's like reducing your paycheck. And so you can't take that money out of savings indefinitely.
Right.
So you have to kind of think about it in two different buckets. One is money I've accumulated, I'm going to go out and do some things with it. And then there's money that is for ongoing, everyday expenses that's recurring.
Correct. Does anybody want their housing property to be reduced? The property values? Anybody? Anybody? Are y'all happy that the property values increase?
Yes, absolutely.
So, what we're in is keeping the millage rate the same. Your property value is increasing. You get better services. You come with guaranteed projects that will get completed and filled. You will get qualified personnel to fill those projects and to complete them from inception to completion. And so, yes, we can tighten up our belts. We cannot give ourselves a raise. That's $80,000 in savings, because I'm completely against that. But however, I'm outnumbered on that, but it's still, we have to do what we have to do. And keeping the millage rate the same is just something that's necessary to get the things done that you guys asked for, that you guys wanted us to do. And, now we would have the bandwidth to get the personnel to implement and complete those tasks. And I just ask you to bear with us and just believe that, knowing we're doing the best thing. Because if you ask staff, it'll be a completely different story on what they feel about the millage rate and how that it affects them. So the staff that we do have, and the ones that we will get, will be good stewards of the money to fulfill all of the projects that we have currently on the table and that we have future. And there was a comment made earlier about districts 1, 2, 3, and 5 draining down their budgets to send out for an outgoing mayor to send out a last newsletter. One, I didn't drain down my budget. Okay, that's inaccurate information. But two, I'll do it again. Absolutely. Tell me, when will there be another first mayor of a city that was established? And so for him to send that out, yes, it's just like this mayor. If it was the case, he was the first mayor born and bred from the city, he would get the same privileges. It has nothing to do with, for me, he would, but it has nothing to do with, politics or anything in that nature. When will there ever be a first? Just like the historical designation of Burdette Park and Burdette Gym. And there's the good things that we're doing, like Parks and Recreation establishing a workforce academy. That's the very first ever in the world, and there'll never be another first. And so I implore you to look at the things that are happening, that are the good things that are happening, and that what we are building from within our city limits, our technical boundaries, this city, and something that you can be proud of to call your city. As we have stories over and over again to effectuate that. And so I'm just, with my little time left, I'm just gonna say, just believe in us and what we're doing. Love the fact that your property values are raising, and love the fact that you are living in the city of South Fulton, because we are truly a city on the rise, not just in taxes, but in our human capital that we are investing in.
And in time. Thank you, Councilman Reeves. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have anything of value to add to what has already been said, and a lot has already been said as we approach 6 o'clock. So thank you for recognizing me. I have no comments.
There is an old aphorism in our community. It says, if you need someone to talk about a problem, call a man. And if you need someone to do something, call a woman. Thank you for your brevity. Pithiness is a virtue. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging me. I do have a couple of points that I want to bring up and confirm with Madam Subadan. So we heard, one of the comments that I heard talked about our local option sales tax projection. And I don't know if I just missed something, but isn't a increase in our projection, isn't that a healthy thing?
I would say yes. You know, we've shared before that sales tax is probably the most equitable tax, and a lot of people who don't live here pay that tax because they use our infrastructure and buy goods and services, support our businesses. What I explained is that there was the reason why it looks like it's such a large increase is because the fiscal 23 budget is understated.
So basically, local option sales tax, when I was involved in the cityhood movement years ago, for us to become a city and come away from Fulton County, the local option sales tax was one of the main points for me for why we should have become a city. Because at that time, we were looking at $2 million a month that we were not receiving for our special service district tax as unincorporated Fulton County that we weren't receiving because we weren't a city. So that money was being distributed amongst the other participating cities. We were being left out. We had it, I can speak for the Old National Corridor. I can say that since I've lived in Georgia, it took, well, it took 20 years to repave Old National. And Old National is a main highway that goes through two cities. So if you consider the kinds of things that we didn't get done for 20 and 30 years when we were with Fulton County, because Fulton County did not give us that type of attention. Unfortunately, and it's just the truth, the way that I see it, South Fulton is so disjointed because we were the leftover parts of Fulton County that nobody wanted to service. I'll say that again. We were the leftover parts of Fulton County, unincorporated, that no one wanted to service. Other cities did not want to look at handling the fire, the police, other municipal services. You know, so when we became a city, it was because we wanted to self-govern ourselves. And we knew that at least we had local option sales tax monies that would help us run a government where we were looking to provide municipal services that we weren't receiving from the county. And we wanted to do, you know, to have improvements. We wanted to do things that significantly improved our quality of life. So when we talk about a projection of local option sales tax going up, I want to tell you, in my opinion, it's a positive thing. You know, when I got elected to the seat in December, which was just 9 months ago, it was 18,000 people in my district, or 18,000 people that voted for me to be in this seat. Redistricting was done because the census took place and there was a large shift in the population. There was a lot of growth in District 7. So District 7 had to redistribute the population amongst Districts 5 and District 6. District 7 is still growing. Across the street from, like, where I live, there's going to be another phase. They're chopping down the trees, they're collecting the timber, and they're going to be putting more houses. In District 7, Renaissance is in an additional phase. They're building like something super huge. It's going to be more houses, more people. District 7, I believe, has the only hotel in the city. And there are 2 more hotels currently being built. So when we talk about an increase in property taxes, as Madam Subadan recounted, and I mentioned in our previous hearings, in 2008 we were upside down underwater, and people were struggling and could not make a move on their real property because of the values. Growth is good. We're paying the cost to be the boss. You know, we don't have everything we want. We don't have everything that we need, but we're trying to address those things. And so in the previous hearing, in Madam Subadan's presentation, she showed that if we stay with our current millage rate, the city property taxes at a fair market value of someone's home that is $175,000, it would be property taxes in the amount of $515.96 when it comes to the city of South Fulton. If we went with a rollback millage rate of, if we rolled back the millage rate at 0, may I extend? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 0.011439, the difference in that rollback amount would be $457. So it's a $58.40 difference. We're talking about $4.87 a month, the difference in the rollback rates. So while we're arguing as if sometimes I feel like the argument makes it seem like we're hurting somebody. I attended a concert series this weekend at Wolf Creek. And some people, and I don't want to offend people, but I'm just being straight with you. Some of the people that emailed me were in the VIP section with me. I didn't pay for those tickets. As a elected official, we get courtesy in certain things. But it was people that spent hundreds of dollars to attend a function. And we're talking about $4.87 a month that we're arguing about, why are you raising our taxes? When we're not raising it, the value went up. The last issue that I'll bring up is the homestead exemption. I had some seniors that contacted me, and we talked at length, and I appreciate the information, you know, of the seniors' concerns. And we explained before that we have homestead exemptions that help people to reduce their tax liability. From Ms. Subadan's presentation, we have 23,517 homestead exemptions that people are taking advantage of related to the city of South Fulton. We have 40,000 or so rooftops. So we have about half of the people that are eligible for homestead exemptions benefiting from the homestead exemption. And some people feel or believe that, I think some people did some calling to the county to see, well, what homestead exemption is the city of South Fulton offering? So I had to do some research, and basically I'm just saying this for point of clarity so that we could stop with the misinformation. Sometimes when you start making all these phone calls to different places, people whatever they say, they said, but I'm going to tell you what the facts are and what's written in our charter. So in our charter in section 6.33, the general homestead exemption, I won't read the whole thing, but in subsection B, each resident of the city of South Fulton is granted an exemption on that person's homestead from the city of South Fulton. We're giving you the ability to have a reduced tax rate. This is coming out of the city of South Fulton as a reduction. Ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $30,000 of the assessed value of that homestead. So that means that there's a $30,000 homestead exemption. That's a general exemption for anyone who owns real property, owns your home in the city. What you have to do is apply for it before April 1st. Every year, once you have it, I believe it stays for a number of years where you don't have to reapply. In subsection C, in the last sentence, the governing authority of the city of South Fulton or the designee thereof shall provide an application forms for this purpose. What I found out is on our city website, if you type homestead exemption, you'll find out how to apply for homestead exemption. However, the county who you apply for homestead exemptions, generally, they apply the South Fulton exemption if you live in South Fulton based on what our charter says. So it's happening, if you apply for homestead exemption for Fulton County and you live in South Fulton, you are going to receive the city of South Fulton general exemption. Next, section 6.34, general homestead exemption for citizens age 65 or over. Subsection B, each resident in the city of South Fulton who is a senior is granted an exemption on that person's homestead from the city of South Fulton ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $15,000. If you are 65 and older and you have not applied for it, that's what you get if you're eligible for it, an additional $15,000. So we're up to like $45,000 for people who are 65 and over. Then section 6.35, homestead exemption for citizens age 65 or over meeting certain income requirements. Subsection H, subsection 1. And this, I'm saying all this to educate. Ad valorem taxes for municipal purpose levied by, for, or on behalf of the city of South Fulton. We are giving you this homestead exemption. And it's for, let me see, subsection B, each resident of the city of South Fulton who is a senior that is granted an exemption on that person's homestead from the city of South Fulton ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes in the amount of $10,000. So that means that if you have certain income that you fall under where we are very cognizant of people that are on fixed income, if you meet those income requirements, that's an additional $10,000 for you. Next, section 6.36, homestead exemption for citizens age 70 or over and disabled persons meeting certain income requirements. That homestead exemption will, let's see. It's the last, we're landing. Let's see. Shucks. I believe that this homestead exemption allows you to be eligible to not have to pay taxes at all, if I'm saying this properly. And that was an education piece so that you know that there are code sections to this, that the homestead exemption applies for whoever applies for it. If you do not think that you're receiving it, then call us. We will help you to make sure that it's properly applied to your tax assessment, to your tax bill. But understand that when people talk about what we're giving back to our citizens, there's a lot that we're giving that we could not give, but we are giving. And it is a lot. It's a significant amount of money that people can reduce their tax liability. File for your homestead exemption if you don't have it. And I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I make some comments, do we have water for the audience? Okay, and if we don't, Ms. Brooks, I will send you back to the office. We have some in the office, and we'll get everyone some water. Okay, they do have some water. We're probably gonna need some more. Yeah. Ms. Brooks, you mind running to get that water? And I think if Mr. Snellings is here, he can help, or someone can help you, Ms. Brooks. All right. A lot was said. So I'm gonna do my best not to repeat. Forgive me, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have some new things to say. But this has been a courageous conversation, and I want to thank everyone for their comments and the courtesy with which they have been delivered. It's come up a couple of times about how this is labeled a tax increase in the state. So now I'm going to do a little political education. That wasn't always the case. That happened in the aughts, early 2000s, when the Republicans took over the legislature, and I mean, they're who did it. They changed the law because, as our city manager has so wisely pointed out, every $50 we give back to one of you is $20,000 or more that we give back to some of these big corporations. And so when people are writing laws and changing laws, there are some subtleties, and you might want to investigate who they did it for. And, you know, because everybody with you ain't with you.
Say that again. Say that one more time.
Everybody with you ain't with you. That's something my daddy used to say. So I'm actually for this tax increase. I'm a socialist. And I believe we got to share the burden. And as B.B. King and Councilwoman Pritchard said, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. But I am a democratic socialist, which means that it really just means that I'm all about the people. And the people have spoken, and I have been moved. I don't get a vote, but I do think that we need to reconsider these things. As has been said, your property taxes went up. Well, it's been implied, but let me say explicitly, your property taxes went up because we were doing stuff that hadn't gotten done, right? And while people are talking about misinformation, we do a few things right. We have done a few things right in the city of South Fulton, and with the help of our amazing new city manager, we're going to do many, many, many more things right. I was driving down Danforth in my new neighborhood, and they got new sidewalks coming in. So she left, but Ms. Mills, you're getting the, we're getting the sidewalks. And to my Old National Council people, we gonna get these sidewalks finished on Old National, in my old neighborhood as well. But maybe we do need to slow down on the improvements, because those improvements are what are driving the increases, right? Like, you can't have everything, right? We can slow down on the improvements. Your property values may be stagnant a little bit, or they may not go up as much. But that is the way to not only give you a rollback this year, right, but make sure that you don't have property increases next year. Because if we do the things that we're talking about, your taxes are going to go up. The value of your house is going to keep climbing. People have said, oh, why don't we have these things like Peachtree City and Sandy Springs? Try and buy your house in Peachtree City or Sandy Springs, and you will understand, why they have all those nice things. And so I think that we should probably, take this rollback. And people are going to have whatever to say about it because I'm a renter. I don't know if you all know that, but I'm a renter. I'm the only renter on council. And actually, single people, there have been a myriad of studies. Single people with no kids pay the most taxes. There are all of these studies talking about how we're being taxed into poverty. But so me doing this rollback, I don't get any of this money, right? So I am Councilman Reeves and Councilman Sebastian. I am gonna take this raise. I told folks I'm never gonna lie to you. I'm gonna take this raise because I do this. This is my only job. And it's hard. It's hard. And I'm taking it not just for myself, but for whoever comes after me, right? Because this for me is a full-time job, and it's hard. But I challenge all of you out there, all of you voters. Sometimes people don't vote for raises, but they cash the check. So y'all do your due diligence, but you don't have to worry about finding out if I cash it. I'm telling you now, I'm gonna cash it. We have, but I say that we do have a $70 million reserve, and if, Madam City Manager, anything that gets cut out is that important, perhaps we pull it out of the reserve. And if we're pulling things out of the reserve, that might make us a little bit more judicious in how we decide to spend that money. But, and I do want to thank Ms. Connie Robinson for her suggestion. She came up with $2.5 million in savings. I agree with everything except the grant writer, because that's actually how we get more money. There's a huge return on investment. That's how we keep your taxes. That's how we keep your taxes down. So we're gonna do that. But that's my time, and those are my comments. Thank you all so much for this discussion. And Madam City Manager.
Just wanted to close out by acknowledging Cody, stand up. Cody Hughley and Rachel, stand up. They have worked extraordinarily hard. Thank you. You may be seated. Cody is our revenue manager. He's worked very hard on the millage. He put together the millage presentation. He's done a million different scenarios for me on how that all works, and has been very, very helpful. And the whole budget team, not to not acknowledge the rest of the team, but specifically on the millage, he's put a lot of work into it. And he's sitting here tonight waiting to see what you all are going to do. Thank you.
And drum roll, please. Now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral number 9 on the printed agenda. It's the second read and request approval of an ordinance adopting the recommended millage rate of 12.899.
I move to approve the adoption of the recommended millage rate of 12.899, which would maintain the current rate.
I have a substitute motion.
I'm gonna chair it.
Oh, okay.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I have a substitute motion. Can I do a substitute motion with discussion? Mayor, can I do a substitute motion?
I'm gonna check with our parliamentarian then.
You can do a subject with discussion, but
Do the motion first?
yeah, but wait for a second.
Okay.
Had a second.
Okay,
Right, but I'm doing a substitute to to her motion.
right. Wait for the second, then open it for
Okay.
discussion.
So and I would tell you why in discussion, but I am going to recommend that we approve a 12.399 millage rate. That would give us the 0.5 rollback.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded.
Discussion.
I don't think there is discussion on the substitute motion, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
Yeah, they said it was.
There may be. Go ahead.
All right. Well, the reason I'm doing that is because the city manager did her job, and I respect her due diligence and her expertise. And when she gives us recommendations as a council, it is incumbent upon us to do our job and do additional research. And this is not political for me either. I do agree with Councilmember Sebastian that if we're going to give ourselves raises, we should look at ways we could roll back the millage rate, and the residents have spoken overwhelmingly. And I'm just a little concerned about the understatement of loss. the local option sales tax, that was 17 million. So, and I'm also gonna request that we reduce the debt service to 7 million versus the 7.5. That's why I'm gonna ask that you look at that, because as stated, as we build buildings, that would be lease payments that we would not have to recur. And then also, that surplus is a little high. Well, it's not high, but, you know, we've been yielding high surplus. So I think that we can look, Ms. Superdan, I'm gonna let that recommendation be yours. I have recommendations, but I'm gonna ask you to look at the budget and find out where we can find that 1.1 recurring revenue. So I will restate my motion, my substitute motion, to roll back, do a $500,000 rollback of 12 and that leaves us at 12.399. I'm going to ask that we reduce the debt service from 7 million to 7.5 million to 7 million. And then I'm going to ask that Ms. Superdan look to the budget to find the difference of 1.1 million or 1.9 million to the recurring debt that we can reduce to make up the difference. You second that, I restated my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I seconded.
It's been properly moved and reseconded.
And discussion?
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. We have our queue open.
I thought we did.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you,
So
Councilman.
I'll be going to the queue after Councilman Sebastian, who seconded the motion.
You know, a lot have been said about the level of millage rate and the level of services. I still don't think that has to be drastically affected because we try and find $2 million.
1.9.
As a matter of fact, I'll just say this: the amount of building, and Councilwoman Pritchett mentioned this, that's happening in our city right now, and people who are going to be moving in. Even at this rate, next year, we're going to be getting even more revenue from homeowners, and at values of homes that are higher, if that makes any sense, right? So, again, somewhat, as they say, I'm not scared about looking for $2.5 million. I truly am not, right? I really wish we could do more, but let's start here. The other thing that I am concerned about, if we don't take a step back now, is that eventuality that would happen if the market go the other way, while our millage rate is still high, then, because the values drop, we're not going to be generating the same level of money as when the rates were high. So guess what we're going to have to do? Raise it even higher. Okay, so I want folks to really think about this seriously. And this is just not about a fight over not wanting to agree with the city manager and not wanting to give her what she wants. As a matter of fact, I wish we could give her $300 million to work with. But the reality is, we have a responsibility to you guys and the citizens. All right, and that's all I'll say. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
So, city manager, with this rollback and this recommendation in regards to this debt service, is it my understanding that you are in agreement with Councilwoman Willis in regards to this? Because I took a different take when you explained exactly what it was, so I'm trying to get an understanding. She said she spoke to you about this debt service. I'm okay with rolling the millage rate back, but I'm just saying, this debt service that you're talking about, is this something that you are recommending or accepting that?
I'm not recommending it. I am saying that it is true that if you build out all your facilities, you'll reduce your lease payments. So that is an area that you could reduce. What we don't know is how we will fare in the market when we go to the bond market. And so, you know, we don't have a credit rating. We're a new city. And so I was conservative in the amount that I put out there. But it's true that we won't incur that debt service in its entirety in this fiscal year. So it is an area that can be looked at. So I don't know if that's answering your question.
So is it possible to say we roll the millage rate back to 0.5% and then you find where we can get that funding from? I'm just trying, because I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot in regards to where we are and being bounded by this motion that we're going to have to cut 500,000 or out of that. So I would actually like to make a substitute motion, and you can carry it or not, but just roll the millage rate back that $500,000 and then allow you to come back with the recommendations in regards to where we can make those cuts so the residents can feel some relief. Can I get a second, or do you need a moderator?
Well, I have a question. I thought it was $0.25, not $500,000 that we were talking about to get to the 2.5.
Is it a quarter?
No, it's a half. 2.4 is a half.
No, Ms. Subidan's going to.
No, I just want to clarify, because the projections and the forms that we had, the 2.5 was $0.25 rollback, not a half, so it's doubled now, so I'm just trying to get clarification.
No, $500,000 is 2.40027.
Oh, it's $500,000.
$500,000.
Okay.
So I would like to continue with my substitute motion, and I'll restate it again, that we roll back it $500,000 and allow you to come back with the appropriate recommendations, if that is the case.
So for the record, same motion, but just adding that Ms.
Taking that
Subidan's going to bring
recommendation
back her recommendations.
No, taking out the debt service recommendation, that she would be mandated to cut there. I'm just asking her to just
Let her do it.
let her come back with the recommendations versus being her mandated, because again, we could shoot ourselves in the foot in regards to that. I hate using that terminology, but you know what I mean.
Right.
So just allowing her to come back with the $500,000 recommendations.
Second.
Okay. Substitute's been properly moved and seconded. Council, I don't want to be unfair because we've already suspended Robert's rules. My apologies again, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again for recognizing me. The only question I had, I think, is similar to Councilwoman Gums, for Ms. Subidan to explain what impact this would have if we took this action. And I guess it's fair, unless you have a response now, or it's fair for you to work on that and come back to us at another time.
Yeah, I'll be able to work on it, and there's another public hearing on the budget. If the vote is to make a $500,000 reduction, the team would go back to the table. We'll bring you a couple of different options. And, you know, my favorite saying is you can have anything, but you can't have everything. And so we'll bring it back to you, and then you'll see how that looks.
Thank you, I yield.
All right. Just one quick comment. I yield to whatever your discretion is, but I implore you, please, let's fix the AC
No, there's
and
no
the Wi-Fi.
No
and all the
AC, no
facilities
Wi-Fi. It's the first
that
thing
we
to go.
have. AC for our seniors, Wi-Fi for our millennials, but let's get that in all the facilities that we currently have. All right.
And air conditioning.
All right, seeing no further
I was in the
discussion.
queue, Mayor.
Oh, you're back in the queue. Councilwoman Willis.
So the debt service, just to be clear, is an area, when we ask to roll the mill rate back, we have to look for reoccurring revenue that we want to cut. And the debt service was a recurring revenue item that I did have a discussion with Ms. Subidan about. And so, again, you know, if it is the desire of the majority of council to let her come back with all of the recommendations, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure she's going to look to that line item. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, did you have a second comment?
This is just a clarifying, and I'm thinking about the facilities. I know every facility that we've touched with renovation, the costs have been significantly higher than anything that was projected. Well, I guess it could potentially affect some of these renovations that are underway or proposed.
It could, you know, I'll be judicious in the things that are midway. You know, I wouldn't want to take money out of projects that are midstream, projects that serve the community. So I'll be judicious and I'll give you some options. And I will look at that debt service. That will be an area that I'll look at.
So that's 500, that's still 2 million that has to come from somewhere.
1.9, correct.
Okay, I know other people have comments. I'm going to let everybody that wants to make comments, but I do want to just remind folks we do have about 30 more agenda items this evening. So, Councilman Sebastian?
I trust Ms. Subadan to look at this budget and to find this $2.4 million without drastically affecting any services or any projects for the city. It feels as if what we're saying is to allow Ms. Subadan to make the only recommendations to cut this budget. And I am not in agreement with that. We are all council members. We should look at this budget. We should listen to our constituents. And we should make recommendations to her as well. And she can take those on the advisement that she comes back with those recommendations. But I'm not agreeing for us just to let, I actually think it's not fair.
That's not what I was saying.
It sounds as if that's what you said, and that's what I was saying.
We got to vote on the budget
So,
anyway.
so maybe
Wait,
we
hold
need
on.
to.
Y'all don't make me get out my gavel. I'm
Excuse
sure.
me, guys.
Yeah.
You
Go
guys have a
finish,
habit of
Councilman
talking
Sebastian.
over me, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have the mic now.
You do.
Okay? I have the mic now. So I started my statement by saying, it sounds as if that's what we were saying. That means, maybe that is not what is being recommended, but let's make sure we clarify. If that's not what we're saying, let's get it right. Because I don't want to come and make my recommendations and then say, well, the recommendation on paper was that you can't do it. All the recommendations needs to come from the city manager. That's what I'm trying to get clear.
Oh, okay.
And with that, I'm truly done this time.
Okay, I'm gonna end the discussion here, and I see some more people in the queue, but I'm just gonna end the discussion here. I'm sure, Madam City Manager, you are open to any suggestions from any person in the city, and please forgive me for this, but if you have a suggestion, you can email citymanager@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, and I'm sure she will get all your suggestions, and yes. So we've got a substitute to the substitute to the substitute on the floor. And Mr. Clerk, for clarity's sake, will you just reread that, and then we're going to take this vote?
Yes, it's the second substitute that is before you, which is a motion by Councilmember Gumbs, seconded by Councilmember Rao, to roll back the millage rate to 12.399 and allow the interim city manager to bring back recommendations for that half meal cut.
After hearing from everyone. All right, we'll take a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on the substitute, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion is approved unanimously.
Look at that, unanimous. Yay for us. Yay for y'all. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is consent agenda.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Let's do a vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Actually brings us to the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. I will read the rules regarding public comment for making public comment. The City of South Fulton believes that any resident or business owner located in the city limits should be afforded the opportunity to address the mayor and city council, provided that designated rules are followed by the speaker. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda and may do so during the public comment period. Comments shall be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or city of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council. When recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Anyone who demonstrates these behaviors should have their microphone disabled. Speakers should not be allowed to make remarks that have been legally recognized to not be protected speech, comments while addressing the council. And lastly, speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With that stated, we did receive cards previously, so if you wish to make a public comment, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, district, and the item which you will be addressing. Anyone?
To say good afternoon, but it's evening. Good afternoon, evening. My name is Mamie Anderson, and I'm in District 6. My son filled out the information online, and I didn't realize that my subject had to relate to what was already on here. I had another comment I wanted to make, so am I at the wrong place at the wrong time?
Is it an item on the agenda that you wanted to talk about?
No, it's not on the agenda. I just thought you came, this is my first time coming to a council meeting.
So we have these rules, and it has to be on the agenda. However, just to let everybody know, we're thinking after these public comments, I'm going to do council comments, and then I'm going to ask for a recess, and so you can just meet us in the hall, and I'll hear those on our recess.
When we recess, if you'd like to step out into the hallway. I'm your councilwoman for District 6.
Yeah,
Hi,
I know.
If you'd like to step out into the hallway and we can have a conversation about what your comment was going to be about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any others? All right, let's just get these council comments, and then I'm going to ask for a brief recess. District 1, Councilwoman Rao.
I just want to thank the people who took the time to come out, and I did get some emails and had some conversations, and so we look forward to hearing how we move the city forward, and I'm looking forward to the next budget presentation. Thank you for your time.
District 2, Councilwoman Gums.
Again, thank you everyone for coming out. On August the 21st, it was actually National Senior Citizens Day. And we are actually hosting a Senior Health and Wellness Day at Wolf Creek Library on Thursday, August the 24th at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And this is in conjunction with the police department, Fit Gym, as well as our public safety officers from our fire department. So we will be having this National Senior Health and Wellness Day, and I hope that the seniors will come out. We have a really good time. We play music, we have light refreshments, you learn the cha-cha slide and all that good stuff. So I'm looking forward to you all joining us. Also, too, we will be hosting a GDOT Public Transportation Town Hall. I believe it is at Wolf Creek Library on August the 31st with our District 7, I believe, engineer Paul Denard. We will talk about the improvements that we are seeking for the entrances off of Camp Creek Parkway, Butner Road, Eden Road, and a few other transportation needs that are impacting the overall city. So we will be talking about that. So please join us and please follow our webpage and also our Facebook to get more information on that. And also too, Brandon has asked that I remind you all that District 2 is still having our HOA tours. If you are a HOA president and you live in the district, please reach out and contact us so we can provide community information and resources and updates on what's happening in the city. Other than that, that's all I have.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian. I'm sorry, District 3. See, I'm just messing it up all the time. District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I want to thank the residents for their participation and engagement. Spirited debate and deliberation is what government is all about, and closed mouths don't get fed. And so for those who sent in comments, and for my special friends who stayed up with me until 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday crunching numbers with me, thank you for having patience and helping me understand some things better as it relates to municipal financing. Municipal financing is like no other. Yes, I do. I do have an accounting degree, but municipal finance is like no other accounting. I want to ask individuals to go to my newsletter or go to my social media sites and sign up for Every Girl Shines Mentoring Mixer. Park and Recreation is starting a female mentoring organization. It's already started, but it's coming to South Fulton called Every Girl Shine, and we're having a mixer so that you can learn all about it and meet some of the mentees, but not only that, learn how you could be a mentor. I only have capacity for up to 100, so if you are planning on attending, please go out and register, and it is on September 6th, 6 to 9 p.m., and it is at South Fulton Tennis Center. I also would like to remind residents that we're having our annual HBCU tennis tournament. It starts on September 16th. I am always excited about that tournament coming to the city of South Fulton. We have various HBCUs coming from all over the state, and I am excited that we are hosting the tournament again here in South Fulton on 20 brand new courts. And we have lights this year, so they don't have to leave the facility to go to another facility to play in the dark because it's dark. They remain at City of South Fulton. If you need to reach me, please send me an email at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga. helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. You can text District 3 at 42828 if you're not getting my newsletter. I'll add you. Or you can call me at 404-803-4219. I am accessible to you. Just make sure that you're getting my communication. And if you would like me to visit your HOA, please reach out to my office. I'm visiting one tomorrow. I visited one last week, so I'll be happy to come out to your HOA. Thank you.
All right, District 4, Councilman Reeves. I did it again, Councilman Sebastian. I'm ahead in my mind.
I think I better just change my name to Reeves. I want to thank the people from across the city and even staff members who have, and my colleagues, who have expressed their sympathies for me losing my younger brother last week. I'll be journeying all the way down to Antigua to that funeral early in September, so I continue to solicit your prayers and encouragement. it was a little difficult tonight, even during that proclamation. But a preacher once said that death is a part of life. Doesn't mean that it affects us any less. And although my brother was sick for a while, it still doesn't prepare you for the eventuality of losing someone. So thank you all. District 4 residents, I want to thank you, and residents from across the city. Whether it's in the store, the supermarket, wherever you guys have seen me, in the restaurants, who basically said, continue pushing, because we need a break. And you're the ones that I've been listening to. I know we need a lot of stuff in this city. I was one of those that helped to promise a lot of stuff in this city. But I don't see where it's a choice between either or. I see we can accomplish both, though maybe not in the timing that maybe we would want. District 4 residents and even others across the city, just for a couple announcements. Our Fall Festival is going to be the 23rd of September. And also I'm encouraging areas across the district, HOAs and communities, we're going to be having a grilling competition. We're going to see who the best cooks are, right? I don't know if I'll let outsiders not in District 4 in yet, but we're going to be doing that at Wilkinson Mill Park from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Look for my newsletter. There's registration through my newsletter. You can email me if you want to be on that newsletter, jaceey.sebastian, SEBASTIAN, at cityofsouthfultonga.gov, and I will add you to my newsletter. So again, just want to thank you guys for continuing to support us and our council, and I want to thank this council. It's been hard, but it's the reason why we're government and why we debate. So that at the end, we will do what we think is necessary. But I always want to feel like we are accountable to you guys, and not that just we do what we want to do. And this is the process. So thank you all very much. And I look forward to the rest of the process where we can approve the budget next meeting. Thank you.
District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Yes, please come out September the 23rd, as I will be a judge of that competition. As I can't enter it into it, so I know I will win. So thank you, Brother Sebastian, for allowing me to be a judge. And I do pray for you and your family of what y'all are going through. And also to listen out our prayers to Pastor Alonzo Terry for Solid Rock Pentecostal, who lost his life as well. And yes, and thank you, District 2, for recognizing that the 21st yesterday was World Senior Citizens Day, and August the 7th was Purple Heart Day, and this Friday is we're going to combine that celebration too with the Taste of South Fulton and District Live, and so do come out for that. That'll be from 6 till 10, and we also have bingo in the gym. And if anybody knows about District 5 bingo, come get your seats early because we do run out of seats and tables. And so Saturday, the very next day, we will be having our free recycle and bulk day at Burdette Park. And so come get rid of your bulky items free of charge from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Old National District is having a after hours August 31st. From 5:30 to 8:30 at the Economic Development Office on flat shows, and come out and learn more about the Friends of the Old National District. Gonna be fond of that new concept and new group, and all are invited to join and participate from districts 5, 6, and 7. And so, and also too, I just have to acknowledge, we will be playing, the champions of Bowling with a Purpose will be playing the champions of Midnight Basketball next Wednesday at 8 p.m. for Clash of the Cities of the best, as we'll be playing at C.T. Martin Gym at 8 p.m. So come out and, if you are able to, and watch us whip Atlanta. And so I have watched, I have asked our chairman of Fulton County that we'll play for the Chairman's Cup as we do challenge that. And also, too, I have to give a special shout out to Balling with a Purpose and our Workforce Academy. It is the first ever, let me slow this down. It's the first ever in the world that a introductory to a trade has been offered through Parks and Recs. Now that is, we are world changers. Now I can't help it happen on the same street as a church named World Changers. There's no pun intended, but at the same time, we have changed the world. And one of the greatest highlights is this young lady who took the course. She's 23. Her and her sister, after doing the basic course, rewired their entire basement of their mom's house, a $6,000 worth value, and they did it all for their mother from learning in this class for less than $500 because they invested in the proper tools and the proper knowledge. And it's all free of charge. The second course actually began tonight for phase 2, and then Thursday night, if you still want to get in, there's still opportunity because this is the second week. You're going to miss 1 week, as this Thursday's class is from 6:30 to 8:30. And I'm just proud of the investments that we're making in our human capital through our Parks and Recs programming, and champion the idea that anybody can change, and anybody, by a simple choice, can change the trajectory of their lives. And here in the city of South Fulton, we're the first in the world to ever let them do that through our Parks and Recreation. Thank you. And I love you, and you can't do nothing about it.
District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. I have no comments yet again.
District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for acknowledging me once again. I'd like to say that yesterday we had a wonderful day with our senior appreciation, where we had a bingo brunch at the 50-yard line. We had lots of fun, lots of fellowship. People got to make new friends and eat good food. So I was really excited about that activity that we had. Also, I want to remind everyone that District 7 will be having its first International Farmers Market this Saturday in the Tri-County Plaza. And that plaza is where, at the tail end of Old National and 138, it's where McDonald's, the 50-yard line, Fit Gym is. And so we're going to be having farmers. We're going to have people that sell all kind of interesting international things. So it's a community event designed to give us fellowship, bring different commerce and stuff, to District 7. So I'm really excited about that. And because it's so hot, it's going to be at 6 p.m., 6 to 8:30 p.m. So, and I'll have some refreshments, and we'll be having prizes and really cool stuff. So please come out for that. And I do want to say that last week, Councilwoman Rowell and I attended a class hosted by the Georgia Academy for Economic Development Training. And there are some residents in the room that were actually participants in that training. And there was an exercise that we did that basically it was designed to show us how for our teams that we were split up, and I think we had 4 teams, to be able to maximize the profit of the team. And we had a delegate that would go and negotiate with the other teams, and we came into this agreement. And the saddest part of the whole exercise is, with all the delegates and all the coordination and all the conversation, the whole group wind up at zero profit, like zero. And the educators said they have never seen that happen before in many years. So some of the people that were on my team, and there's a young lady here that she was on my team, recognized that sometimes Okay, I'll back up a little bit. We had employees that were there, city employees, Councilwoman Rowell and I, that are used to this type of thing, and we had a lot of citizens from many different districts engaged in this process. But at the end, what it made us realize is no matter how hard you work sometimes for something that you think is good, something that you want to benefit everyone, sometimes inevitably when people are selfish or engage in self-preservation or back out on their word, everybody loses and winds up with nothing. So that was the biggest eye-opener, and I hope that the citizens that were involved realized that sometimes as hard as we work, as hard as we want to collaborate with citizens, with staff, with everyone, sometimes it seems like we're failing because we're not on the same page. So I took that as a gut check and a positive for us to recognize that we have to do a better job at working together, and it's not a matter of blaming people or pointing fingers, but just recognizing that if we're not on the same page, we have to focus on the common ground that gives us a little bit of something to work with and move on with. So thank you so much for coming out this evening and hearing this discussion on the millage rate and the budget. This is very serious, very important, and I applaud South Fulton residents for constantly being engaged, involved, and always giving us their feedback. Thank you again.
Mayor.
Dr. O.
I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Anthem. We had our National Senior Day celebration on yesterday, and we had a grand time. In fact, our chaplain was there, and it was a really good afternoon, and seniors really enjoyed the opportunity to fellowship. This is one of our newer senior communities, and really excited. And they're very appreciative of having affordable housing in the community. I heard a lot about that yesterday and the need to increase that. So thank you for the conversations. We had a great time. I'm looking forward for more activities with that group. And also please come out on the 26th. I have a coffee with a cop with QLS Villa, again, trying to respond to the needs of our seniors here in the city and in District 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A few quick announcements. First, just to reiterate some of my colleagues, really all of my colleagues' sentiments, our prayers go out to the families of Councilman Sebastian, Major Pritchard, the Bishop, and I'm going to add one more. My friend, City of South Fulton resident and former musical director at Fellowship of Love Church, Mr. Dell Phillips. So, I mean, 2023 has been doing a lot. All right, so a couple quick comments. The first is here in the Southwest Art Center, you can see all around you now. You have those up, Mr. Adams. You see some of the quilts from this incredible collection up around, but it is our quilt festival happening now through Labor Day weekend, and it is just an amazing tradition that we are keeping alive here in the city of South Fulton of that came out of the depths of our community. But you can come Monday through Saturday from 10 to 4 p.m. Next is over in the Southwest Art Center, and we are going to have this air conditioning fixed by opening night. See what I did there, Madam City Manager? Is that Serious He-Man Ball. It is the final play in the 20th anniversary season of Kenny Leon's True Colors Theater's company, which is the oldest continually operating African-American theater company in the United States. And we're very proud that for almost all of its existence, it has been housed here in the city of South Fulton. Next, we have a very, very, very important birthday happening on Thursday. It is my favorite dog and emotional support animal, our first dog, Zion's son. So his birthday, if you don't mind, just everybody he's watching on the Zoom, just say happy birthday, Zion. Thank you. And if you have a four-legged animal, you can come out to our monthly event, Park and Pause, which happens in District 3 at our K9 Crossing Dog Park. It is one of the few free dog parks in the city that has restrooms, and we're going to add a little food and have a really great time with our four-legged friends. As always, some people came today. They wanted to say some things that weren't on the agenda, talk about some things that are on the agenda. Every Monday, you can meet with me in the mayor's office for Mayor Mondays. We do that from 8 to 5:30 every Monday. You can just walk in, but you probably want to make an appointment. And you can find all of these things by texting. I have one more thing that actually did just happen. So we had a courageous conversation scheduled for next Thursday. We had a courageous conversation scheduled for next Thursday, August 31st, but we're going to work through some of our AC issues, and we're going to postpone that to October 20th. You'll be getting a text alert or an email about that if you've signed up. And because we have more time, we're adding another book to the list. This book is just a seminal work that has really influenced a lot of what I have been thinking about. It is called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and it is America's legacy of injury and healing. These are the kinds of conversations that we don't necessarily get to have in council meetings. So I've created this series to talk about some of these big ideas. You can find all of this information and more by visiting the cityofsouthfultonga.gov or on social media at COSFGA. And you can text the word Fulton to 33777. That is 2 3s, 3 7s, 33777. You can text the word Fulton to sign up for the mayor's newsletter and mobile alerts. And with that, I will entertain a motion to go into a 14-minute recess until 7 p.m.
Motion to go into a recess until 7 p.m., Mr. Mayor.
So move.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a show of hands vote.
Court, that is unanimous. We're recessed at 6:47 p.m.
See you guys at 7. People. Thank you. I'm gonna get started and then I'm gonna go get my food because I ain't even get to sit down yet. That part. We got some more discussions to have.
I am confident and comfortable in who I am.
Yeah, you got food?
Give us the thumbs up when you got the green light. All right. And we are back live here in the city of South Fulton's Southwest Arts Center Black Box Theater at 915 New Hope Road, 30331. If you are looking for us, we are right next door to where we normally have the council meetings. If you're still trying to make it here, we have lots of great things to discuss. We are back from the break, so I'm going to ask if people still have conversations they'd like or want or need to have. If you would just step outside into the hallway. I'm going to take a motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's do it by a show of hands. All right.
Court, that is unanimous. We reconvene at 7:04 p.m.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is under Agenda Items Part 1, Roman numeral 13, Item 25. This is the first read of an ordinance to rezone 10.96 acres of land located on the south side of Estes Road from R3 to R5A and for other lawful purposes. First read.
Number 25?
Yes, the first read.
Item number 25 is the first read. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Item 26 is the second read and request approval of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances and the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance by amending various sections of Title V, zoning and planning for the purpose of updating city procedures to rescind Section 3 and Section 5 of Ordinance 2023-013, adopted May 23rd, 2023, and for other lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the ordinance as read by the clerk.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve item number 26 on the agenda. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
I heard Councilwoman Gums, I think, and then Councilman Sebastian.
Councilwoman, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for recognizing me. Councilwoman Pritchett, can you give a little bit more background on this particular item, if you can? Sorry.
Yes. So what it appears is that in some of our committees, particularly planning and zoning, everyone has a person from the community that they can appoint to serve. And the mayor's appointment serves as the chair. Just to be consistent with the other boards, the other committees, I believe that the mayor's appointment should not be automatically made the chair, that committee itself should vote amongst themselves to designate who they would like to see operating as the chair, so that it's the will of the majority of that board, instead of it just being chaired by an appointment from the mayor. And it's nothing against the mayor, but other committees operate this way.
And I just have one more follow-up question, and this is just for the Planning and Zoning Committee or all Planning and Zoning Committees?
All.
I mean, like CZIM or anything?
Yeah.
Zoning Appeals Board.
Yeah, it's the zoning board of appeals as well as the planning commission.
So it's all three?
Just those two.
Oh, just those two?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that the other committees are not, the other committees fall in the same line with this. So it's just to make those last few consistent.
Councilman Sebastian.
I feel a little bit uneasy about this one. I gotta have to be honest, because I would not want the representatives for District 4 on those committees not to have a vote. So is this gonna mean that the chair, regardless of where that person comes from, has a vote other than if there's a tie? Or is this gonna mean that we have a vote from whoever the chair is, regardless of whether it's a tie or not? So that's my question for you, Councilmember Pritchett, because I feel uneasy about it.
So this would just be consistent with, I guess, Robert's Rules of Order, where the chair does not have a vote and is a tiebreaker. And knowing that if you're nominated for chair, that you will not have a vote. But, you know, we also, it does not take away from the person of each council to be able to represent an idea or to influence people that are voting. If someone feels that they would like to chair so that they can move things along and not have a vote, it would still be effective. When I served as chair of the renaming committee for District 7, although I did not have a vote, I was able to influence a lot of the groundwork and the framework for what we were doing. So a chair still has influence over the voting members, but they would know that if they want to vote, then they should not offer themselves or decline a nomination to chair.
Okay, are you?
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rao.
Thank you. Is it not a fact that the Planning Commission is a recommending body to the council anyway? So again, consistent kind of what you said, everybody would have an opportunity to weigh in on the discussions, which I think is important. It's a recommending body, and of course, the final action is taken by council.
Yes, Councilwoman, I agree with you. And also, I think that it'll give an opportunity for the people in the room to work together as a think tank, that they would evaluate each other's qualifications and experience and relevant knowledge, instead of just one person being appointed, whether or not they have experience, knowledge, or whether or not they are really have experience even chairing. So the process of nomination and you know, people deciding who would chair is something that they would weigh out all those factors. And I think that it will be healthy for our committees to operate in this fashion.
Thank you. I think that's good. I also think these boards are important because they also provide a pipeline, a potential succession plan for various leadership positions. So I think everybody having an opportunity in them, like you said, the other boards operating that now. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilman Sebastian.
While I hear everything that our colleagues are saying, that my colleagues are saying, those planning boards are probably, besides this council, the most important boards that we have. Honestly, I do not trust us to have one of our appointees having that level of influence, and you use the correct word, influence, over this group, and I'm just being honest. I just think it needs, on these important boards, it needs to be the mayor's appointee, whoever the mayor of the city is. Because again, these are two of the most important boards in the city, that will make a lot of decisions that affect a lot of money and a lot of development in different areas of the city. And I would not want that responsibility to be put on anyone that I appoint to these boards. And that's my position. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
I move the previous question.
Councilwoman Pritchett, I believe, wanted to respond to Councilman Sebastian's comment, and
I moved the question and she seconded it.
Councilwoman Pritchett had wanted to respond to Councilman Sebastian, and I asked her if she could hold up to see what your comment was. So I would, if Councilwoman Pritchett would like to continue to respond, I think other people have taken extreme liberty with their comments this evening. Let us afford our colleague the same courtesy.
What I wanted to quickly respond to Councilman Sebastian is that we also want to be cognizant that this is something to prevent things from being political. It can become political when one person appoints someone and no one else has any say-so or any weigh-in on this. So I'd like to see it not be a political process and function as the other boards. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. The previous question has been called. Mr. Clerk, roll call vote.
I think Councilwoman Guns pulled her. She withdrew her second.
Oh, thank you. I missed that.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Councilwoman Willis.
No, I just point of order because I moved the previous question. Councilmember Gums removed her second, so it failed for lack of a second. So I guess if you don't have any other discussion, you can call for the vote.
Mr. Clerk, did I hear Councilwoman Rao reinstate the second?
Yes.
In place of Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we adopt, I believe we're on item number 26. Is there any further discussion?
We're about to vote on it now.
Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Mr. Clerk, roll call vote.
Point of order, when Councilmember Rao removed her second,
Added. I added. She removed hers and I added the second to move the previous question.
I withdraw my previous question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion pertaining to the adoption or rejection of item number 26?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you actually have a motion on the floor. A motion by Councilmember Pritchett, seconded by Councilmember Gums to approve.
Councilmember Gums, are you standing by that second?
Yes.
Of the main motion?
Yes.
Thank you. It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Mr. Clerk, roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Next item is item 27 under Public Works. Request approval to purchase one 2024 Freightliner tandem dump truck in the amount of $166,194. Public Works.
Thank
moved
you.
it.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the purchase of the 2024 Freightliner tandem dump truck in amount of $166,194.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I would like to make a substitute motion, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Councilman Willis, please state your substitute motion.
My substitute motion would be to approve the, in addition to the dump truck, to go ahead and approve the request for approval to purchase one John Deere brush cutting tractor in the amount of $163,293. In addition, request approval of Georgia Power Company utility relocation agreement for Danforth Road sidewalks in the amount of $249,596 to be funded out of T-Splosh. In addition, oh, that's it, I'm sorry.
Can a friendly substitute?
Sure.
For item number 28, I would just ask public or whoever procurement to make sure that, I'm sure this is off-state contract, and make sure we can't get a better rate with John Deere directly.
The friendly amendment is accepted.
Thank you. Okay. If not, you can proceed, but just want to check.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we adopt items number 27, 28,
and 29.
And 29. Is there any additional discussion?
No.
Councilwoman Gomes.
So for item 28, you said you did look at it, City Manager, and you are saying that those are two different, because we've been approached, some of the council members have been approached about a different rate. And they are saying that it's the same make and model. So I just want to make sure, can you please speak to that?
Sure, it's the same brand, John Deere, but as an example, one is an open cab, one is a closed cab. With temperatures being what they are here in Georgia, operators we don't have them working on in open cabs where we can do closed cabs. And it's a flail mower. It's a big, wide, large, very large mower that does the right-of-way and does sides of inclines. So it does not appear to be an apples-to-apples comparison.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine with proceeding long as we've done that.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Mr. Clerk, roll call vote.
Roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 30. This is a first read of an ordinance to amend Title 8 Traffic and Vehicles of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of amending certain regulations related to parking and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gomes. First read.
Councilwoman Gomes.
Just really quickly, this ordinance is in response to a lot of the HOAs, especially in District 2, in regards to the parking reform. We've attempted to pretty much discuss how we can address the HOA's concern, and also to always calling the officers to remove cars that are parked in the right-of-way. So hopefully this ordinance will speak to address those concerns and allow residents to find some relief. I do ask that if the council can take some time to be so courteous to really take a look at this ordinance and provide any recommendations by the next council meeting. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gomes. Are there any additional comments? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 31, City Events. Discussion, City and Special Events Calendar through December 23. This is placed on here by the City Manager.
All right. As the City Manager prepares, Mr. Clerk, could you bring up that spreadsheet on the screen so that we can all reference that? Madam City Manager.
Yes. Earlier this year, a resolution was passed that required city events to be approved by this council, and city events were defined. In the past, there were council-sponsored events, is what I understand. There is no real definition for council-sponsored events. We got an opinion from our insurance provider that council couldn't sponsor events and incorporate or pass on our insurance coverage to an event that was council-sponsored. And so when I got here, a lot of things were already in process, so I didn't want to stop any events from occurring. So this is our opportunity to bring these events in front of you. I think even for us, we were surprised to see the number and type of events that were occurring in the city. The challenge that we have is limited resources and a lot of expectations and limited staff to be able to cover these events. And I felt it was important to follow the resolution as adopted. So we wanted to bring this to you, as a quarter at a time for you to consider these. And there's been quite a bit of dialogue among you and among staff. We are trying to work through a process improvement on how we support these events, making sure that we are consistent in and helping staff and your legislative specialists to follow a process to make sure things are handled consistently and advertised consistently and promoted effectively so that events are successful. But one thing we have discovered is we have multiple events happening on one day. Our staff is often having to work multiple weekends at a time, running across town. The city is big and spread out to try to cover. And I think it's important for us to have the conversation about what we're trying to accomplish with events to make sure that we are able to adequately support you. And also, is this ultimately how you want to proceed? I think inside of a district, you kind of think about your events, but there's events happening in all 7 districts. Additionally, the staff has programming that occurs as part of their, especially parks, as part of their day-to-day activity. So this is brought forward for both discussion and approval.
I don't think we can see the entire list. So this is just for the next 4 months through the end of the year. And it's 40 events? All right, so first, and I'm gonna let everyone's gonna get a chance to speak, but do folks have this list? If you can just take a look at it, if there are events that are left off, let me just go down the.
It's located in Novus.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to, I don't know if the motion has been offered.
Well, right now, before we do anything, we're just gonna see if everybody's events are on the list.
And that's what I want to address.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first, I would like to address the fact that the International Farmers Market, which is an event that I submitted paperwork for, that will be on August the 26th, it's not on this list.
Scroll up.
And it had been submitted to.
Old National District Farmers, you said 824?
No, 826.
826.
District 7's International Farmers Market, and this had been submitted by my legislative specialist.
Okay, let's add that one in at line 11.
And the next item,
Wait, and I'm sorry, can you just give us the times real quick?
the time will be from 6 to 8:30 p.m.
6 to 8:30. Oh, you just talked about that.
Mhm.
You got that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Is there any way can you type it in while we're doing this? Is that too difficult? Okay. Maybe one person can take notes and one person can type so we don't have to take too much time. All right, what's the next,
The
your next
second
event?
item is October 14th. We are planning Azúcar Fest, which is a concert at Wolf Creek for Hispanic History Month. And right now, the date is October 14th. We're still working out the details, but I would like for that to be placed on this calendar, and I would like to have that approved based on Madam Subadan including this in her proposed budget.
All right, so we have a quicker solution to be conscious of the time. Our clerk is placing this in the share drive, so everyone will be able to type in it at once. Everyone can add their items at once. But go ahead, Councilwoman Gomes. I'm sorry, did you have more?
And then item 34.
Okay.
Which is a request to approve the procurement of a contract up to 3 events planning to provide community events. It says Friday Night Live series for the Old National Corridor, 5, 6, and 7. So I would just like to reserve the right as 7 to not be committed to a Friday Night Live because we have no parks, we have no gym, and, you know, I don't know what specifically would we like to do at this time. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Councilwoman Gomes.
So I guess, is that different from the event, this contract we're talking about for districts 5, 6, and 7?
No, what we did is we just presumed that everything that was on the agenda would pass, the Friday Night Live things as well as the road races. Gotcha. And so all of that's included. We tried to put everything that might happen in the next 4 months on this list so that everyone could see everything.
Understood. So my question is, I understand, what is the qualifier for the event? So do you want town halls? What all goes on this list?
So this would be.
Is there a quantifier?
Yes, it's everything that a staff person would have to attend, because some of this, I think, what I hear Ms. Subadan saying is about allocation of resources of staffs. And I had this conversation with her. I said, if each one of us did a quarterly town hall and we expected a staff person to come, each one of us did a quarterly town hall, that's 32 town halls a year. And so she's got to allocate staffing and space for all of that. And so this is every town hall, every event. If you're doing something and you're expecting the communications team to be there to take pictures, you're expecting a department head to explain something, you're expecting staff to help set up or break down chairs, we're just trying to put it all on the list. I think one of the things that you will see is that on Labor Day weekend, we have 2 events on the same day. We have a road race, the Divine 9 5K, and a bicycle race at the same, I don't know if they're at the same place, but they're at the same time. And so how
Is a Divine 9 race a city-sponsored event? So that's not a city-sponsored event. So why?
Because we have to shut down the streets. The police, the police department has to schedule that. The fire department has to schedule people for EMS if people pass out. Same thing with the road race. If they're driving through our city, those are resources that just have to be allocated. And we need to know that it's happening so that no one else schedules another event on September 1st.
So this is not just city-sponsored events, this is all events in the city of South Fulton.
Yeah, this is any event that city
or anybody.
Yeah, any event that the city manager would have to have staff allocated to. And actually, I don't think we have all the concerts at Wolf Creek on there.
We don't. And what is the flexibility of this form? I mean, is it in stone? Like, because there are some, so like for instance, with the town hall for District 2. That's in response to a situation that happened. So of course, I wouldn't have planned to have this town hall. What is the flexibility on the schedule?
All right, so let me read Resolution 2023-30. The following rules governing city events shall be amended to read as follows. City events defined. A city event shall be defined as an event where, 1, the public is invited by city officials and/or city administration to recognize, discuss, and/or address city topics, activities, events, and/or legislation, and 2, city employees during their paid and/or salaried city work hours and/or city resources are used to organize and/or facilitate the event. So what has happened is the change has made it an extremely broad brush, right? I'm not sure that you intended that when this was passed in April, but this is what has occurred. So in order to be compliant, we're trying to put everything that we believe falls under that umbrella. You are correct. What happens if it's something that's more spontaneous? Are your hands tied? Well, according to this resolution, it's got to come before council to be approved. We have some ideas on how this may be modified. But right now, to comply with it as it is written, we're bringing it in front of you. And the only excluded events are regular and special council meetings, events hosted by city employees within their budget, where no council member is named as host or sponsor, and events organized by and planned by members of the public to which city council members are invited to attend, such as HOA meetings and community socials. And so the resolution is pretty restrictive, and so we're trying to be compliant with it. Special events that are completely provided by an outside party still have to go through the special event process and permit process through CDRA. So the One Love Century cycling tour is going through that process and is on here for approval, separate and apart, because that's not a city-sponsored event. But it's important to be aware of it because it's going to require resources. So even though they're paying for those resources for off-duty, it's still important for you to be aware that it's happening because we only have so many.
I'm supportive of that, but I'm just saying the flexibility of this particular, this movement that because again, if I didn't put the town hall that we have in response to Camp Creek Parkway on here, I wouldn't have the police, I wouldn't have Public Works or anything, I'll just have GDOT, so nobody from the city could be able to attend because it hasn't been approved. Is that what this ordinance is saying?
That's what this resolution has, it's basically made it extremely restrictive. And so I think it's uncommon to see this level of restriction in a city government that is dynamic and things are happening all the time. But it's important for you to kind of see the big picture too, to see everything that's happening. So, you know, when you have an event and staff are attending 3 other events, people can be a little bit more understanding or make other arrangements because we have multiple things happening on the same day.
Okay, I conclude my questions.
Mayor, I've actually been in the queue.
Okay, let me look at this queue. Okay. Then the next, in this queue, if you bring the queue up, I see Raul, Sebastian, Willis, Williams, Pritchett. Before we go to Dr. Raul, I just want to ask one question because we're talking a lot about, look at me, Madam City Manager, we're going to look this way. Does your staff have the capacity to do all of these events?
Well, we're stretched really thin, right? Because everybody has a day job. And, you know, in particular, I'm concerned about police and fire. So a lot of these events require our public safety to be out there, whether it's directing traffic and/or they are providing security. And if there's a conflicting event or another event on the same day, they also may be looking for off-duty police officers. And we only have so many resources. So that's, so the short answer to your question is almost nobody has this kind of resources. The city of Atlanta is not doing as many events as this. So, no, I don't have enough resources.
Okay, Dr. Rao?
Yeah, I have been researching too, and also saw that very large cities don't do as many events as we do, although they promote what's going on in their city. And so I do think this is an area that, we look at, if we look at finances and resources, this may be an opportunity to figure those, few signature events that we'll do a year, each of us maybe a couple. And, I don't know where we'll land at, but this may be an opportunity, because this list, just even to look at it, is overwhelming. But even as elected, trying to support even my colleagues at events, it's been challenging, because you'll want to go to support, but I'm like, I can't be 5 places at one time. So I do think this is something while this may be now, I do think we need to be really thoughtful about this and how we use, city resources. And then this gives the time, a lot of this was happening before we had, Wolf Creek and all these other things kind of going, that this might be a good transition as we look to next, January and beyond, since this is already on the calendar. And then one thing I know I want to change is that the town hall that I originally scheduled with you, because the senators have, Senator Halpern is having an event on that same day, so it's a conflict. So I just maybe put TBD, I don't know.
What date that is?
That was on the 29th
of this month?
August.
8/29, you got that, Mr. Clerk?
And then for the Greystone Town Hall, it will be either December 9th or 16th, not the 1st. And those were just something I noticed, just looking at it.
You got that one?
Sorry, you said the Greystone?
It's on December 1st now, she's saying it'll either be the 9th or the 16th.
It'll be either the 9th or 16th.
Got it.
All right, Councilman Sebastian, I'm sorry, are you done, Dr. Rowe?
That was it.
All right, Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was shocking to me as well when I saw this list. And I just, even before I go any further, I want to thank the staff for supporting the events that I've had in District 4 over the last couple of years. And yes, I know that sometimes other things may pop up, or we may schedule things and we don't quite coordinate it that way. I submitted my list of events, I believe either December or January. December of 22 or January of this year. As a matter of fact, I've taken a town hall off of this list. And the reason why I took it off is because I could not schedule a town hall because I don't have a place to have a town hall except if it's in the fire station bay that I'm sure that it's available. And because it's this hot, I didn't want to subject my residents to coming into a hot fire station bay to have a town hall, so I encourage people to sign up for my newsletter. I also took off of my list a possible trunk or treat event, because again, it's a lot. And so when it comes to the town hall especially, I can't schedule one now because I have to negotiate with one of the schools in my district to do it. So I'll probably have one before the end of the year, but I promise you this, Madam City Manager. If I have to schedule that town hall, I'll probably do it with as little city involvement as possible and have some volunteers to do it, because the rules are the rules. If we're now saying that if it's not on this list, and you and I had a conversation about this, and I thought the town halls did not have to be on here, so that's why I didn't really pick a date for a town hall. And so, again, I promised the Economic Development Director that we'll do a town hall for District 4 around economic development, but that would have to be sometime after it cools a little bit, and I don't know what that date is yet. So I will leave that in place, but what I would like to see, Madam City Manager, you mentioned this before, is if you may work with staff and come back with a recommendation as to how we can tweak this ordinance. Because if it needs tweaking, you know, sometimes there's a lot of unintended consequences. So if it needs tweaking, I'm sure this body is open to doing that tweaking because, I mean, we see what's here. I personally think things like the turkey giveaways and book bags, I think we can do those as a city, even if we have multiple locations, right? We have a big city. And I know the reason why people don't typically like to do things in District 4 because we have no community center and we have 2 parks and one of the parks have restrooms who are giving us trouble. So every time we have to use Wilkerson Park, we have to bring in restroom facilities. So I get it, right? But I'm hoping that my colleagues will support to help us changing that over the next couple of years to come. That District 4, the largest geographic district, and per the census was the most populated districts. And we have 7 schools in the districts and 3 other schools close by to the district. So there are lots of kids around, okay? But those are my comments. Oh, yeah, it is on the light. Thank you, Councilmember Gums. My Christmas tree lighting is on there, and we're trying to do it a little bit bigger than even last year.
Oh, I see it now.
It rained like Noah's Ark was outside there last year, but people really still enjoyed it. And actually, several people came up to me, even while it was raining and we were all wet, and saying they really still enjoyed it. So I'm hoping that's one of the things that we can, we can do across the city, right? It doesn't have to be in District 4 every year. So I've gotten it started. That plaza is going to be lit either way. But if we want to have an official one someplace else in the city next year, then we do it. Because you know what? We don't have a city hall central location. We don't have that yet. So we can rotate it until we get a place where we can all come together as a city to celebrate. And sorry, I know we said Christmas, but it's actually a holiday tree lighting, recognizing everyone who celebrated around that time. Thank you all.
Thank you. And so just to be clear, the holiday, because I'm pulling it up, the holiday tree lighting is on here.
Yeah, I see it.
And the items that you removed are not on here? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Willis.
I don't see the Thanksgiving's giveaway. We usually do it the Monday before Thanksgiving's. That's a citywide event, November 20th, and it was being done out of public affairs. Park and Rec.
You got that? You got that added?
Welcome all, November 20th. And then we have, October 6th, senior brunch, welcome all, districts 2, 3. I'm sorry, October 5th, 12 noon. And then I need to have a town hall sometime in September to give the community an update on the park and recreation facilities in District 3, the pool. And I don't know a date, so I get with Mr. Turner, but just put September to be determined, because I don't want to not put it on here and then it not get approved. I now have another question.
Go ahead.
So just because something is on here, that doesn't mean the city is responsible for sponsor. Does that mean the city is responsible for paying for the event?
I wouldn't say in its entirety. Again, the definition spoke to city resources being used. Topics, activities, events, and/or legislation, and city employees during their paid and salary time and other city resources are used to organize and/or facilitate the event. So sometimes there is a partner that is, bringing some resources to the table.
The reason I asked is, I said, because some of these events need to be budgeted. And while we're going through budget season, I would ask that you evaluate what you think the city should be responsible for budgeting and what council should be responsible for budgeting. Because some of these events have not historically been city events. Meaning that the city was responsible for budgeting.
Right, it seems like things are sort of morphing over time, from what I'm told. And with the budget, I did ask Director Turner to provide a whole list. So we'll make sure that that is included in the budget.
Okay, and I know that the Thanksgiving's food was typically funded by the money we had allocated for food insecurity.
Oh, okay. Okay, like CDBG?
ARPA.
ARPA? Okay, okay.
I yield. Those are the 3 events. I do agree that this is a lot. And maybe we can try to, maybe have a council retreat to kind of like dedicate some time to see.
That's another event with more staff.
No, I'm not, I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying.
I'm saying like after the cycle is over, like we need that, we need to go on a retreat about this, like, because everybody on different town halls, like, what can we cluster? If the districts are right there, we got the same issues, like, why not have a combined town hall?
I think it would be good to have that discussion.
Okay. I yield.
All right, thank you. And I'm in agreement with Councilman Willis. I want to just reiterate, just because your event is on this list does not mean it's a city event, does not mean we're paying for it, does not mean you don't have to go through the process. You got to do all those things. And it doesn't mean that your event is guaranteed. We just needed to see everything that we were doing. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. It sounds as if I may be one of the only people who was not at all surprised to see the number of events that are on this list. Because if you have been paying attention to how we roll things out, it is very common for one of us to advertise that we're having something on a particular day, and then all of a sudden 2 of the same thing will be thrown on the calendar from other districts. And Mayor, correct me if my memory is faulty on this point, but I believe that I came on the council last year with you pretty much begging for us to have a consolidated unified calendar of all events that would allow us to see how many events we are having and how many of these events are occurring on the same day at the same time, spread out all around the city. So seeing this spreadsheet does not surprise me in the least. And what I appreciate about seeing the spreadsheet is that it is very much a visual of how much we're doing, how often we're doing it, and how much overlap there is in the things that we do. And so I know I don't have a lot on here because I readily admit I'm not the event queen. That's not my thing. I think that if the city is doing something, I don't need to also do it. Because part of how we build community and build a city is by unifying people into 1 or maybe 2 things. and not everybody having something in their district at the same time to protect their own little fiefdom. And so what I would hope as we go forward in however we plan to organize this is that we can identify those places where we don't need to have 7 of the same thing at the same time in a city that is about close to being 90 square miles of real estate. And I think that this is a step towards getting us to where the mayor wanted us to be when I came on the council last year. That we are doing fewer things of greater impact that don't strain our resources and then cause us to argue and fight with each other and have animus between us because we don't have the personnel to run the city and staff 41 events in what amounts to 12 weeks. I yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. District 7, Councilwoman Pritchard.
Thanks again for recognizing me. What I want to point out, I understand the ordinance that dictates this, but I promise you I am going to be working on amending parts of this ordinance, because the problem that we're really having, some of these events that I see that say CDRA, I would like to see those events taken off of this list and approved on a separate list, because what the real problem is that when the problem really falls with say a community-based or somebody else that is not on council, that is not a city department, that wants to have an event. And the real big resource that everybody's pulling at is police, fire, and Parks and Rec, and Public Works. I guess that's 4. However, the problem is when, like for this Old National Merchants Association, I'm not trying to go against the Merchants Association, but merchants should put their money together and figure out how to supplement or pay some type of amount to, you know, for the officers who are being taken out of service to do these events. What we recently experienced, and I know Chief can corroborate this, the last year and this year, the Rick Ross event, and I'm not bashing you, Rick Ross, but you took a whole bunch of our officers out of service and you didn't pay us a dime for it. You know, so for anybody that is in business, and then we have citizens that come and they want us to roll back, you know, millage rate, but everybody wants, I'm not trying to be hostile, but everybody wants what, you know, what we have, and then nobody wants to pay for it, and it all has to come from us. I don't think that that's fair to the police department, fire department, Parks and Rec, and even us, because we don't have anything to do with this 5K run other than our responsibility as public safety, ensuring that it's a safe event for the people that patronize it. That's one. These walks and this kind of stuff, if it requires police presence, that's a public safety function, but we can't nickel and dime this, and we can't add it on our list because these events are not our events. And in addition to that, I'm going to say what I don't think has been said before is we have to stop playing these games where everybody wants to approach us so that they can get our free police, fire, and everything that I said 4 times already, because some of these events, they are not our events. It's just not our event. A lot of nonprofits do public-private partnerships, but raise the money. I mean, you're going to get certain services because we have to provide it, but to approach people and put this one's name on it to get it through and this, that, we cannot continue down this path. That's how we wind up on the news. That's how we wind up getting people mad, because we have to recognize the difference between our responsibility from a public safety, from a municipal service standpoint, and just catering to everybody that wants to do something, and it's gonna cost us. So either we have to do an analysis on what it costs, or we have to budget for the impact that it will have for the municipal services, because I disagree that, I know CDRA is including this because these things are being applied for, but these are not city events. They have nothing to do with us per se. And I really think that we have to make, for the public, we have to separate this, and we have to make it clear. As a city, what we provide is municipal services, but we're not doing personal security for your personal pick of the day event. And I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm not trying to be insulting to anyone, but that's why all this budget stuff kind of like is working my nerves. Because everybody just wants everything. Nobody wants to pay for it, and then we have to juggle, and then we get criticized. I have one event on this whole entire list, and I may have to amend it to add, but the point that I'm making is then we get criticized when we want to do things for our residents that we're supposed to do as council people. I yield. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm
sorry. Yes, go ahead. You haven't spoken. I'll come back to you, Councilman Rao. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say this. Is like, I have a call every Monday. I don't even do town halls. So we have a weekly call every Monday, 6:30 to 7:30. That's to, and if we have to ask a staff person to come on there, that's only one per department. This has been going on for a little over 2 years now. Because I don't believe in, long meetings, having staff come in after hours. That's just my own personal thing. The second thing is, I only do one event, or sponsor like really one event all year. It's a series though. It was called Friday Night Live, but it's now called District Live. And that was to usher in Midnight Basketball, which is Balling with a Purpose now, very successful. Our trade, which is now Workforce University, first ever in the world, established through Parks and Recreation. And it's a concert series, but it's also too, is not just a concert series, it's how to mobilize, demobilize a platform with wheels with hydraulic lifts. Has a safety mechanism to it, because you want to be in a safe environment, and also to provide anybody entertaining. You have the lights, like here you have the that set rigging and this and that third. That's a trade. And you also have the sound decimals, because these events do take place in the community. And so all of that is a part, it's a process. The concert or the performance is just the effect, the after effect. And so, and it was to start the Friday after Juneteenth and go every other Friday into the school year. That incorporates a 5-series event, and as each one is designated to have a specific theme to it. And we also incorporate our Purple Heart, and we all incorporate our World Senior Citizens into these events. Like this Friday, and we're combining both events to that, and partnering with the Taste of Soul Food. And so, as the District Live series now allows this out there to be mobile, I just heard, with respect, Councilwoman Pritchard's request to be off of it, so that's fine. I will go from Burdette to Creole to Old National, Burdette to Creole. And so these things are, it's made to move around so everybody can enjoy this series. I don't really apologize for it either. And so the chili cook-off, me and Councilmember Sebastian decided he on Labor Day, Veterans Day, for Veterans Day, he'll have a parade, but we're going to combine those two events. It just makes sense to do that. And so, as I always preach, collaboration wins championships, and I'm always willing to collaborate with anybody. And so, that's just something that we have done, and we have put it in the budget. We even put this into the budget out there for last year, and it was allocated. Monies was allocated for this, and so because it's really community outreach and community engagement, and yes, it was. And so I can't help that leadership didn't effectively get this done as properly as it should be, but I'm not going to walk back from it either. And so we did exactly what we were supposed to do, went through the process, and even turned it over to Parks and Recs. And I just push it and sponsor it. And the events that we do over there is world-changing and legendary. So I don't apologize for it, and I will just say that that's just the only ones I do throughout this whole year, period. And we followed the process to get it budgeted, and that should be respected.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao. This is your second time.
I don't think we're going to solve this today. I think this was the eye-opener, but I do think we all need to self-reflect and figure how we can peel back some of these events. I would also hope, though, that even the staff, because I look at this, to make sure as they plan their events, because if I saw a calendar and I knew what Parks and Rec was doing across the city, and it was spread across the city, I'm not talking about just one or two districts, I could be okay letting some things go, and I think other people on the council could be there too. And so, you know, I just think all the staff and the departments need to look at how they're making sure that we have coverage of events across the city. And I think people could feel comfortable relinquishing some of this, because I don't think any of us want to be event planners, really. So that's just a thought. And we have just a very long agenda, so Mayor, if we could just kind of keep going.
Yeah, we're going to take a couple more comments, and then I'm actually going to remove this next item. I'm going to just mention in the comments. All right, Councilman Willis.
City Manager Subadan, I would challenge you to, if you don't mind, get in with Parks and Rec and let them tell you what's true Park and Rec events. Because I'm not a proponent for council members just sticking their names and titles and on events that Park and Rec organize. And then, like I said, you did, and the mayor just said, just because something is on this list, it does not mean the city is on the hook for paying for it, correct? So we need to really decipher what the city is going to pay for and what the city is not going to pay for. What the council members are responsible for paying for, and what Park and Rec is responsible for paying for. And I just would like us to really focus on doing what we can to get the main venue that everybody has been asking us to get back. And we have it back. And we know we have a lot of work to get it back functioning how we want to, and that's the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. I'm okay with having concerts in other parks, Welcome Mall, Creel, Burdette, but I just really want us to focus on doing what we got to do to make sure we perfect that Wolf Creek Amphitheater, because that really is, that's for the whole city. And we're hosting, what, close to we'll be hosting 3,000 to 5,000 people in our city every week. And we just need to make sure we perfect that before we venture out into anything else. So I just would ask, because it is not fair when I'm hearing, you know, money is being spent, 5,000 here for bathrooms, 5,000 here for lights, 3,000 here for stage, and then you got to pay, you know, a couple of $1,000s for entertainers, like, and it's going to just one side. You know, you got Councilman Morale that got parks. Mm-hmm. You got Councilman Gums that got parks.
Just do Wolf Creek.
You know, we just need to focus on getting Wolf Creek right. Thank you.
I'm gonna. I'm sorry, we're not gonna take any more comments, but I want to say just I'm gonna make some comments, but I just want to add first Wolf Creek and Southwest Arts Center, as we're all in here fanning ourselves. Tennis Center, if there's anything else that needs to be done there. I know we paid all this money for lights, and then we found out the lights weren't even hooked up. So yeah, all of our existing facilities. Next, I want to say I want to be solution-based, so I do want to scratch off. I have 2 town halls on here, and I really had hoped to do these quarterly, but for now, while we got this long list, I'm gonna take one of them off, and I'm just gonna do the one on 10/20. We're just gonna conflate those two. There's one in August, and then there's one a little bit later in the winter, so we're just gonna do one. But I do want to be clear also that I think that we are talking about two separate issues. One is the dollar cost to the city. What are we saying we're going to pay for and subsidize? But there is also just the resource cost for our employees, right? Like, we only have so many police and fire people. We only have, thank you, so many parks and cleanup guys. We only have so many communication staff, right? And this schedule right now makes sure that none of those people will ever have a weekend off until Christmas. I remember with the previous parks manager, Landrum, I was working with someone who wanted to have an event on Sunday, and he had a policy that the parks would not do any events on Sundays, because that way everything could be on Saturdays, and they would guarantee having Sundays off for staff. So, I mean, that's something that we might want to think about until we're more staffed up. The next item on the agenda was to talk about alcohol. I'm just going to pass these down. I know that there is, because we had some conversation and research, there's this idea that we can't have alcohol in our parks. I'm going to buck back against that, number one, because I think we should be able to do that for some special events. And we actually do have legislation that states that we can do it as part of a special events process. The reason that I mention that is not just because I honestly don't even really drink, but I have lots of friends that drink, right? But it also has to do with our ability to do some of these events. I think one of the things that we have to acknowledge is that there were traditions that existed before this city existed, right? The Geek Fest existed before that. Old Nat Day existed before that. And then we have some new traditions like Kendall Ray's Green Heart Festival, right? Which we weren't able to do this year because we're having this scheduling conflict and she needs a larger stage. But, I'm sorry, the Autism Fest. And so, I mean, you know, there are many of them, but one of the things that happens is that in the same way that our city's growing and we need more resources, these events that started naturally, organically, they are also needing more resources. So I've been working with people to form 501c3s for their events, and I just want to be clear, I want to be out of the event business. So please, please, please do not come to a Mayor Mondays and ask me to sponsor your event, because I don't have it. I don't have the time, I don't have the resources, I don't want the headaches. But there are two things that I want us to think about that might be able to help us privatize some of these events. One of them is, I don't know if it's an IGA, I'll leave it for some other time for us to figure it out, but allowing other fire and police and maybe even other parks folks, if there are people in other municipalities that want some overtime, if they can work that out with the vendor, again, I don't know how that works with the insurance or whatever, but that might be a way to augment some of the staff. But then the other one is actually including alcohol in these events. So this weekend, the same weekend that we're having Zion's birthday, there's actually something called Doggy Con that's happening in Woodruff Park. They're gonna have alcohol. They have events every weekend at Piedmont Park, and they have alcohol. And that allows the event coordinators to charge more for booth rentals, right? And make up some of that income so they can do these other things. Other cities allow people to rent out parks and charge for parking, right? I don't know how that works, but whether people can charge, there are a lot of events, the Shaky Knees Festival, Music Midtown, I can go on and on and on, where there's some sort of partnership with the city, but maybe they block off a street and charge for an entrance. Just being able, if we can help some of our organizations that are having these events, if we can help them finance the events by allowing them to charge for certain things or to charge more for certain things, it might help them be able to do the events with more independence from the city. And I think that's what we see happening in Atlanta and some of these other places, is that a lot of these events, you may see city people there, but they're completely privately funded. And so this is also putting all the organizations on notice. Y'all are gonna have to get your business plans together, and if it don't make dollars, it might not make sense for you to do it. But I just wanted to throw some of those ideas out there. And so I'm gonna just go ahead and take off we don't need to drink at Zion's birthday party, it's fine. We have doggy beer, it's non-alcoholic, but because we're late on time, I do think that that's just, as we're reconsidering this process, it's something we need to think about. And I do see, I said no more comments, but okay, Councilman Gomes.
I think this is important. If you could bring us back to a work session so
Yeah.
we can work through this, I think this is important. And babies' birthday parties, daughters' birthday parties always turn into adult parties. So I kind of understand what you're saying, because you need to drink with your dogs. I got it. I do it all the time. So, but my only request is that you can bring this on work session, because we do need to talk through this. Exactly. That's why we
Absolutely.
need to bring it on work session.
Absolutely. All right, so with that, we do need to give, Madam, do we need to give you any instructions? Do you have any questions? Are you clear?
We'll bring it back to the next work session.
Okay.
I guess the events that are between now and the work session, do we proceed as usual, business as usual? A lot of consensus. So we'll just proceed the way we've been doing. And our plan is to bring you back some recommendations. There are some things that I really think do not need to come to council to be approved. But you all have to decide what that threshold looks like.
It's a dense agenda. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the item after the, and I'm sorry, do I need a motion to just, I'm gonna ask for a motion to table both of these items. Where are we?
32 and 33?
I motion.
32 and 33.
Motion to table these items to the next, to be placed on the next work session agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I would like to make a substitute motion to approve the items that is on this list to commence until the next work session, because the ordinance does dictate that we need to approve items, so we need to approve the items up until the next work session that's on the list, and then bring the rest of the items back to the work session.
So move.
That
we're going to do items 32 and 33. It was properly moved. Is there any other? I'm sorry. We're going to table items 32, 33. I do respectfully, Councilman Willis, I do think we need to talk about some of these September items, because they can't wait until our work. You know, like, people need time to plan the event, postpone it, do all these things. And so there may be some of these in September, like these that are listed here, that we might need to talk through.
Point of clarification, if you don't
Yes,
mind.
go ahead.
So are you saying I need to withdraw my motion and we talk about the items that are on the list for September? Or I'm confused at this point.
I think we should probably just go with the first motion, and I don't know.
So, do you mind if I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
City manager, do you want us to just come to you on a case-by-case basis up until we get the next work session? What do you recommend we do up until the next work session?
So that's why I asked, do you want us to continue to proceed as we have been until the next work session when this gets addressed? Which means that everything from the 19th's already gone. Everything from the 24th to the 9th would proceed like we have been doing, which is.
But it doesn't mean that the city is paying for anything. It's just that, that's my question. I just don't want the city on the hook for anything on here that to be responsible for paying. Like I do agree with Councilmember Gomes that 5K, we need to be discussing who's going to pay for those resources, because that's police and fire.
Yeah, so I don't know where the confusion is. I feel like I'm looking at the wrong list, because items 35, 36, and 37 are being paid for by those entities.
Correct.
They have gone through the special event process.
Okay.
They are paying for police and fire.
Okay.
I don't know if any of them have an alcohol permit. I don't think so. But those 3 items are not city events.
They're paying for the, I'm sorry, they're paying for the stage as well?
As far as I know,
Okay.
you're talking about 35, 36, and 37?
Yeah, you said they're paying, yeah, they're paying for everything.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I'm looking at something different, Mayor.
I'm talking about the agenda.
She's looking at the agenda items. We have 3 more, that's why we're just doing 32 and 33. That's why I was saying there's 2 walk runs, there's 2 walk runs and a cycling event.
Right.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm sorry.
And those items are not on the spreadsheet, right?
They are.
That's because you.
Yeah, they're all,
Mayor?
everything is on the spreadsheet.
Mr. Mayor, may I restate my motion?
Yes, I could
Can
pick
you
it.
make a notation whether or not it's a city-sponsored or who's paying for what, or however he's paying?
Yes, yeah.
If you just add another line, I think.
Sure, sure. Yeah, the 3 items that are on are not city events.
Mr. Mayor, may I restate?
I don't know what the heck y'all do with y'all.
Mr. Mayor, may I restate my motion?
Yeah,
May I reword it? Yes, no?
All right, give me a second. All right, so let's go back to the original motion first, Mr. Clerk, because you just state what the original motion is.
Yes, Councilmember Pritchett actually made a motion to table. Then Councilmember Willis made a substitute motion, seconded by Councilmember Reeves, to approve the items up until the next date of the work session.
Okay, so let's take these separately first. I would like, the chair would like to entertain a motion to table items 32 and 33.
I motion to table items 32 and 33 to the next work session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Pritchett and Reeves.
Friendly amendment.
So moved was, he actually said it, and then you would be the second. He was saying so moved before, yeah, it's fine. Record it however you want, Mr. Reeves. All right. Do you have discussion on this? On this
Yes.
tabling? Okay, Dr. Rupp.
Yes.
So why would we table 33? Because you said it won't have alcohol at it anyway, so why
Okay.
put it back on the agenda? So we should
Right.
just not do that. I mean, we can do 32.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, thank you. Will you entertain that amendment? You accept it? Okay, the amended thing, so it's just 33. We're going to strike item 33, table item 32 until the next work session.
I'm okay if you want to have alcohol at the dog.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
It's a
Mayor Pro Tem.
violation of the ordinance. He's saying.
Just so that we're clear, on this spreadsheet, we have.
Wait, we're not doing a spreadsheet yet. We're not doing a spreadsheet yet. We're just holding 32, striking 33. We're gonna do the spreadsheet separate. We all in agreement to hold 32 and strike 33? Can I get a vote, a show of hands for that?
Court, that is unanimous.
All right, okay. All right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. You have the floor.
So, just so that we're clear, when we walk out of the room and the arguments start up again, are we doing anything with item number 31? Because there's been a lot of discussion about leaving that until our next work session, but there are events on here, and if I can count, you know, if my math is good and I still know how to count, we have about 20 things on here that are scheduled to happen prior to the next work session. How are we disposing of those items?
Okay, so let me respond to that. First, I do think we need to amend the motion again. I was looking at the wrong numbers. We need to table items 31 and 32, strike item 33. So if y'all can remember that, we just need to remake that motion because we skipped item 31. You're right, Mayor Pro Tem, we need to table item 31 and 32 and then skip item 33. Now, to go to your second part of the question, the process as it currently stands. Yeah, they're conferring. I want to give them a second. We're going to redo the motion because we need to add 31. Okay.
It was just a discussion, he's saying. We don't have to take action on 31 is what he's saying.
Yeah. Okay. The next thing, please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Subadan. The events that are happening between now and our next work session will have to go through, they still have to go through the CDRA event process, and they have to go through somebody's event process and be approved. And currently, hold on. Let me just respond. Let me just finish my response. Currently, the items between now and our next work session, which is September 12th, the items between now and September 12th that have gone through that process are on this agenda. The other items have not gone through the process.
Yes, I'm clear about the other items. I'm focusing solely on item number 31, which is the spreadsheet. And I believe I understood from the city manager that we needed to do some sort of approval of these items. And so the point I am making is that if we table item number 31, which is the spreadsheet of the 41 things that we are doing in the next 12 weeks, 20 of those things are scheduled to happen between today and when we have our work session in 2 weeks. We have 20 events happening in the space of 14 days that the city manager began the conversation by saying we needed to take some sort of action on. So the question I'm asking, if we table 31 in its entirety, then how are we disposing of these 20 events happening in the next 14 days? Because that's where we started the conversation.
Madam City Manager.
I asked the question if it was the will of the council to continue moving as we have been moving, which is basically taking no action by the council on these items. The reason I brought this is, one, it wasn't really just for discussion, it was to get your approval to do these items. The agenda item should have reflected approval versus just discussion.
Gotcha.
So if they are, we have a motion maybe on the floor to table these things until the next work session. These 20 items that that Mayor Pro Tem is talking about, if we vote in the affirmative, if council votes in the affirmative, I don't get a vote. If council votes in the affirmative, any of those 20 items can happen if they go through the permit approval process and your department heads deem they're able to happen.
If a permit is needed, if any event that has to go through CDRA special event process is continuing as normal. That has not changed. It has to come to the council to be approved. What's at issue here are city events, based on your new definition of city events. Those events require your approval. If you are not ready to make a decision on that and you want us to continue as we have been, then we can do that. But at minimum, you need to be aware that we're aware that you're supposed to approve it.
Okay. Councilman Sebastian, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Mayor. I want us to really listen to what Ms. Subadan is saying, because even if we decide to take a decision up until our meeting, our next work session, the problem that's going to get created is, are the events on the 16th over to month 10, are we going to not advertise those? Some have been advertised already, right? So if we come with a different decision on the work session, it's going to be pretty late for us not to do some of these events or approve some of these events. So whatever the motion is on the floor, I want to suggest to this distinguished body that what we do is to make it as such that until we make a change to the ordinance, we allow Madam City Manager and her team to continue as usual, though we as council members are now conscious, if we weren't before, as to the level of staff and the level of activities, and take that into consideration, especially when adding new things that are currently not on this list. So again, I want to suggest, don't put an end date to this, but the end date should be until whenever or if we make a decision to change the ordinance that's currently on the books. So as she's saying, make it business as usual until we come to a change down the road. That's what I would suggest.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
I am listening to what the city manager said, and there's two events on here that have $50,000 in expenditures. And I don't know that I'm okay with that, to be honest. So if we're doing business as usual, that says those events go forward, and we really haven't had that conversation. And that's my concern. That goes back to the equity and how we do things around here and making sure every district and all parts of our city are covered. I don't see that occurring, because most of these events that are sponsored are less than 2,000, and then we had 2 outliers. So that's the issue for me. I'm just going to be honest about that. So I guess my answer would be no on business as usual, if that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rowell. Councilwoman Gomes.
No, I'm not talking about canceling. I just want to know, so in this process, where is that money coming from? Is that listed on this sheet? Where is this money coming from?
Some of it is going to come out of departments' budgets. Overtime costs, we don't have a way to charge back. We're not charging back to districts for police time and or fire time or parks time. So this funding is coming out of departments' budgets. The departments have capacity at this point. We're toward the end of the fiscal year, so there is some capacity in departments' budgets. I can't speak to all of it. But I know on the salary side,
So we don't know what those large amounts are actually being contributed to, just the event in general. Is that what we're saying? That 15,000, 30,000 is being contributed to just the event overall, or is it staffing? And where is the money coming from? Because of course, as Councilwoman Rao mentioned, the equity issue comes up in play again. So how do I get 30-some thousand or 15,000? And I'm not trying to block any of my colleagues from anything. I just want money too.
Can I get 50?
So how do we address that?
And I have an open house.
So
No
I,
rec center open. It ain't even on the list.
again, I feel like I'm not looking at the right sheet, but
Like for instance, Sandtown, our attorney has a comment.
help me.
Yeah, I was going to let you respond, and I see him, but did you have a response, Madam Superintendent?
Yeah, the only thing I see on the sheet is the is the event on the 25th that has the rental equipment for $35,000. The other, and then the $15,000 for District 4 Fall Festival, where I'd have to check where that's coming from, but the rest of it is predominantly staff costs. Am I missing something?
Well, just keep in mind, you're looking at an old list. Since we've been here, we probably added about 4 or 5 events. And
No, I think
we
this
don't
one-
necessarily have the costs for all of those.
Right, we don't, but I think I'm using the shared file. I think this is the current
Okay,
list.
perfect. All right. Attorney Hyman?
If I'm grasping everything correctly, I haven't looked at the spreadsheet. It appears that the spreadsheet has what may meet the definition of city events as well as special events on it, because there's also been a discussion about allocating resources in scheduling. What I just jotted down that may help is that could be a motion that says any events, whether deemed a city or a special event, on the spreadsheet, which is agenda number 31, requiring council approval between now and the next work session, are approved subject to the interim city manager confirming that they have complied with all the applicable orders and resolutions of the city.
All right. Text that to somebody. And I want to just add this. Okay. I do want to just, I want to just.
Even finished.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Will Gumps.
Again, thank you, Attorney Hyman, for that. But that doesn't solve the issue or problem that we're having right here. So my question, City Manager, your expertise, I don't want to be here all night. What do we need to do, please? Because it's hot.
Which ones are you having problems with? Can y'all be specific?
Are we having to go through each item of these
Look like that's
on
what we're
this
gonna have
list,
to do.
or
Yes,
no?
please not.
I don't want to do that, but if that's something that we have to do, what can we do? Or do we need to take an intermission and come back to this?
I think an intermission would be good.
Look, can I?
Y'all not letting her talk. She's trying to think and how to respond to me.
So let me just be frank. The approximate costs, the overtime costs are essentially being borne by the departments for all of these events. Everything from, the first one, which is, those are from the 24th all the way. These are overtime costs that are being borne by departments. Because we're bringing people in on Saturday, they're working late, most of these are not during the workday. The Fall Festival is $15,000 for rental, and the concert bingo.
What's a concert bingo?
Doesn't matter. 'Cause we're not gonna workshop this list in this meeting. We're not going to do that.
It is the Burnett Gym is the $35,000. I think that's a sticking point.
With all due
That's the
respect,
sticking point.
Madam City Manager, I'm going to make a suggestion, and I want you all to really hear it out and just deeply consider it. I would like for us to table items 31, 32, strike items 33, and just accept that all of the events through September 30th that go through the process can happen. Because it does take time to plan an event. And if we are not going to have a work session until the 12th, then everyone that's having an event between the 13th and the 30th has a right to know tonight whether they need to continue spending their money and their resources on the event. So let's just approve the list through the 30th with the city, if it meets all of the city manager, let's give the city manager the discretion to decide the 1st through the 30th while we figure everything out in the month of September. And then when we start the new fiscal year, October 1st, we can, everybody after October 1st, just be on notice. That includes me and my town hall as well. Not gonna put nothing out until we have figured it out. Hopefully, we'll figure it out by the 12th, so I have at least 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, but let's just do everything through the 30th, because it's already there. People are already making plans, and talk about this on the 12th, and then we can get on to the other, like, 20 items or 15 items we have on this agenda.
I have a motion.
All right, okay, Councilwoman Gomes, this is the, I'm gonna let you have this floor for 2 more minutes. Yeah, I did, I'm gonna let you have it, but we gotta move on, okay.
Okay, we're gonna move on. But for number 34, is that event fully planned out?
What's 34? I don't even have no numbers on my.
That's the one with 4, 5, 6, and 7.
That's the next item on the agenda.
Next item.
That's the next item on the agenda.
Mayor,
Okay.
We have to vote on 30, 34, 35, 36, and 37.
Okay, great.
can I make a request of the city
hold on.
manager?
Hold on, we gotta
I'm
respect
still-
people's
I'm
time.
still
Go ahead,
speaking.
Councilwoman Gomes.
I just want to make sure that, again, I still have not gotten the answer for what we need to do, because again, that's not addressing my concern, nor Councilwoman Rouse' concern, or anybody else that's probably having a concern about equity.
I have a motion.
What are we going to do? Who,
I have a motion.
Okay,
I yield to Councilwoman Rouse.
all right, Dr. Rao.
I move that we approve all the events through that date except these 2 outliers, the 35,000 and the 15,000.
Second. Does that allow, so discussion?
Wait, I'm sorry, what are the 35, so we're all clear, what's the $35,000 event?
Gym and 15,000.
Which one, I'm sorry?
So that's on
I don't move to
9/23.
restrict 33.
Hold on. 9/20, what's the name of the event?
With
Because we got multiple spreadsheets open. There's a
the
new
Fall
spreadsheet in the
Festival,
shared drive.
D4, because we don't even know where this money is coming from. Even the city manager said that, and even 825.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay, wait, we just,
Go ahead.
she has the right to make a motion.
Discussion.
Okay,
We can have
so,
discussion.
first, pause. I need everybody to, Mr. Clerk, have you emailed out the item? Okay, so let's all get on the same page first.
You trying?
No, we ain't trying. We ain't trying.
Hold on, Councilman Reeves. Let's make sure that we're all looking at the same document.
There we go.
Let's
Yeah,
make
there
sure
we
that
go.
we're all looking at the
First
same.
of all, don't be talking to me crazy.
Hold on.
No.
Okay,
We've been doing
we
this
ain't doing that.
so well.
Like,
I'm about tired
No,
of
we
you
ain't doing
never
that. I'm tired of y'all doing
talking to me
that.
like that.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Today is
No,
not the day.
it,
Don't
what
talk
it,
to me
what
like
y'all
that.
want to bring today? Let's bid.
Bring it.
Let's bid.
It's a motion.
Let's bid today then.
Call for the
Okay.
previous question.
Every,
You're showing
Okay,
yourself,
wait,
sir.
pause. I'm
Let's-
gonna ask, I'm
Can we
gonna
all
ask
stop?
first if everybody could respect the chair.
could we all
If y'all
stop?
could if y'all could respect the chair, I'm gonna run the meeting if you let me run the meeting. I'm gonna run the meeting. I have asked for our city clerk, could you re-email the list? Let's first all be looking at the same list. People are arguing, and some of us don't even know what y'all are arguing about, because we ain't got the list though. So we're gonna pause. We're not gonna talk until we've heard from our clerk that he has sent it out and everyone has the list up. I don't have that shared document.
It's in the portal. It's in Novus agenda.
That's where you put it, Mr. Adams?
It's been there the whole time.
That's where I put it before, but I emailed it just now to everyone again.
Okay, so the updated document is in the email and it's also in Novus agenda.
It's emailed.
Okay, the updated document is an email. The one on Novus agenda is not the one that we are looking for. So we're looking for this updated document in our email. Did everyone get the clerk's email?
I just got clerk's email.
I haven't gotten it.
Hold on, I'm trying to open
Corey Adams shared the file at 8:41 p.m. And do it like we in church. If you have it, say aye. If you need more
Aye.
time, say I need more time, Pastor. I am not. I'm pastoring right now, though.
They do?
I am earning these $37,000.
Could you ask,
All right, does anybody need more time? Does everybody have the document? Mine, I got a spinning wheel. I'm assuming it's coming up.
Jackie, if she
Y'all are predictable, boy. Y'all are very predictable.
I got a spreadsheet. This is better, thank you.
Okay, great. Does anyone need more time? Okay. And we also have it on the screen. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. We're going to start where we ended. We had a motion to approve everything through September 30th with the exception of which two items, Dr. Rao?
I said the two outliers, the $35,000 event and
Let's get the number. Let's get the line number.
The line number is 8. Wait a minute, is that it? No, it's not. I guess it's line 7. 7, concert bingo.
7, okay.
And the other one is D4 Fall Festival, 15,000.
What item, what, give me a cell number. Give me a
That line
row
is
number.
23.
Okay, 7, we're going to approve. We have a motion on the floor to approve everything through September 30th that goes through the process and is approved by staff, with the exception of line number 7, the concert bingo, and line number 23, the D4 Fall Festival. Now, I want to be clear. That does not mean that these two items do not get approved, because we can take a motion to approve them next. As a matter of fact, I think one of them may even be on the agenda. But do we have agreement that everything else except items 7 and 23, we're going to discuss them next? That is the motion and the second on the floor. I am going to ask for a vote by a show of hands.
Discussion.
After discussion, keeping in mind, we can make a motion right after this for those items. Just trying to move us along.
Item number 23 is a recycling trend day. I don't think that's the.
Yeah, it should be 25.
It should be 25. If you look at the screen.
7
and 25.
7 and 25. Okay, 7 and 25.
What is 7?
We're looking on this, we're all going to look at the same screen here. It's on the screen. The viewers that are still hanging in there with us, y'all can see it too. Item 7, the concert bingo. Item 25, the D4 Fall Festival. Do we agree to approve items 1 through 28 with the exception of 7 and 25, which I promise we are going to discuss next?
Discussion, man.
Councilman Sebastian.
You know, people want to get offended when I say I don't trust us. This is the kind of things why I said earlier I don't trust us. I predicted some of this would happen. So if anyone up here can think y'all can come off the District 4, tell y'all what, y'all come. Because I'm ready for y'all. I'm telling you, I'm ready for y'all.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. City
The
Attorney.
fact of
Point
the
of order.
matter
Point of
is-
order.
the
Point
fact
of
of the
order.
matter
Okay,
is-
Point
I'm sorry.
of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of
I'm
order.
going to chair the meeting if you let me. I'm
Yes.
going to chair the meeting
Point
if you
of
let
order.
me.
Mr.
All
City-
due hold on. The chair recognizes your point of order first.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Mayor.
first, before I recognize it, Councilman Sebastian, a point of order has been called that stops discussion. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. What is your point of order?
My point of order is that if we can stop making threats, talking out of pocket, talking out of, nobody's, let's all assume that we are all professionals and we are all respecting each other. We have to respect each other's opinions regardless if we agree with it or not. And Mr. City Attorney, I would like to ask you to read whatever you have in the book that talks to decorum. Because we need decorum at this time.
Okay.
Even if we disagree.
So the point of order is recognized. Councilwoman Pritchett has called for decorum. We do have a decorum ordinance. I'm going to ask you not to read it because we've done a lot of reading of ordinances. We have a decorum ordinance. We are a city of civility. Councilman Sebastian, you may continue. I do just ask that you be as civil as possible as we continue.
I'm a big boy. Whatever this body decides, I'm prepared to live with it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop fighting. Madam City Manager, in that $15,000, how much of that money represents portable restrooms for the District 4 Fall Festival?
$3,500.
$3,500. And where is the rest of that money coming from?
All of the 15 is in parks, and I do want to, can I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
You know, I know we're targeting and zeroing in on the big sums, but when I add all of the sunk costs and adding in the 65 for the new Hispanic Heritage Festival, it's $90,000. So there's costs associated with all of this. Some of it may be sunk costs, some of it may be costs we pay for vendors, some of it may be a combination of both. But all of this costs us in some kind of way.
Me either, not even close.
Can I take the floor back? I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry, I just asked if I could speak.
Yes, no, you're good. Thank you for that information. Back to you. You still have the floor, Councilman Sebastian.
Parks and Recreation offered to help with the District 4 Fall Festival. Was not requested by me. District 4 Fall Festival will happen regardless of if we get that money or not. Right? It will happen. So I'm saying whatever decision we make here tonight will not decide whether that fall festival will go on or not. Because in effect, what we're doing, we're telling the people of District 4, when I have sat here on this council for this last 2 years and approved millions and millions and millions of dollars and pour these money into other parks across this city, y'all are saying $15,000 to spend in an event in District 4 is too much. If y'all have a problem with me, y'all need to have a conversation. Do not go after the people of District 4 and what is right. And with that, I want to make a substitute motion that we approve items 1 down to 28. The Faith and Blue events.
So move.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. I'm going to call for the vote. Show of hands to approve all the items through September 30th, 1 through 28. That's 4 votes?
I record 4 votes.
All right.
District 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, that item passes. I would now like to entertain a motion. We're back to the motion we were doing like 45 minutes ago. We've dealt with item 31. I will entertain a motion to table item 32 until the September 12th work session and to omit item 33. We'll drink next time.
I move to table item number 32, omit item number 33.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's take a vote by show of hands.
Thank you. I recorded that as approved.
All right. All right. Item number 35 has been approved. It happens before, item number 34, the Friday Night Live series that happens before 9:30 has already been approved. At least one of them has been approved. We are now going to, do we want to talk about the Friday Night Live series that happens after the 30th, or are you willing to table that till September 12th? I'm going to ask Councilman Reeves, who's put that item on the agenda.
There is not one that was going to take place in October, but seeming that District 7 asked to be removed, then we can just, as being amenable as possible, we would just strike the third event and just have the two. One being this Friday, and then the other one being in September.
Got it. Okay, so you've stricken the event. So if
The third event.
You're stricken the third event. So I just need you to phrase that in the form of a motion.
Where's the September?
I would like to make a motion to remove item 34 after September the 30th. And also, too, the name change is from Friday Night Live to District Live, and to reference council districts 5 and 6.
Is there a second? This is the Friday Night Lives that happen between now and September 30th have already been approved. This would be for the third Friday Night Live that happens after September 30th. The councilman has made a motion to drop that third event. Is there a second to drop the event? It's been seconded by Councilwoman Rao. Oh, no.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Sebastian. Discussion. Dr. Rao.
So clarification, these up to 3 event planning firms, this comes out of this $35,000? Or is this additional cost? Does anybody know? I'm waiting for an answer.
I need clarity from Councilman Reeves on the third event. Or because I'm clear to a degree on the one that was just approved. What is the next event?
So we have the one this Friday, the Taste of Soul Food with District Live, which is honoring our Purple Heart veterans and our senior citizens for World Senior Citizen Day. Then we was going to have the leftover to the event. It's outside of the Family Fun Fest that was going to take place. But that money was going to be allocated for that in lieu of. But I see that's on another separate line item. So it's going to go to the Old National District as to put on a District Live series for Old National District 5, 6, and 7, and the Friends of Old National District.
If I could just sum that up a little bit more pithily. Item 34 was a request to approve for 3 events. However, 2 motions ago, we approved events number 1 through 28, which automatically approved 2 of the events in item number 34. And now Councilman Reeves has so graciously made a motion to cancel the third event. The first of the two events that was approved was the Taste of Soul Food. The second of the two events that was approved is which item? Which line on this
Item
chart?
7, the concert bingo.
So when we approved 1 through 28, we approved 7, and we approved
8.
8.
And those
which are 2 of the 3. So now we're just going to drop the third one.
Right, and which those 2 events are taking place this Friday.
I got you.
Day, so we did. Thank you.
So, follow up, I haven't yielded for. So I have a substitute motion to request approval to procure a contract for up to 2 events for the Old National District, and the third event will be the reopening of the Sandtown Rec Center.
It's been properly moved. Wait, I'm sorry. This is a substitute motion?
Yep.
So in addition to withdrawing the third event, we're adding 2 more events.
No, we're adding 1 event.
Okay. So the substitute motion is to withdraw the third Friday night live event and to add a event, the opening of Sandtown.
Rec Center. Yeah.
Rec Center. Okay. That is the motion. Is there a second?
She's second.
Okay.
She already second.
Okay, she's already seconded. I'm gonna enforce Robert's rules. I'm gonna try, Mayor Pro Tem. Help me out, and you can help me out too. We can only do 2 substitute motions. We're on our second substitute. Robert's rules allows for 2 substitute motions. We're on our second substitute motion. Can someone confirm that for me? Because what I would like to do is take a vote on this, and if it passes, it passes. If it fails, we can entertain more motions. But we're spending a lot of time on this. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask for our city attorney to just opine how many substitute motions can be made in a motion.
2.
Would you like to cite the chapter and verse?
I don't have my Robert's rules on me, so you'd have to give me a minute. But
Okay.
you can have
I'll
2
accept Dr.
substitutes
Rao's
to the
motion out there,
main.
and substitute motion.
We already got him accepted on it, so we just need to know if someone wants to make a third substitute. We need to find out if we can do it.
Mayor, I would like to address you if you don't mind.
I want to wait and just get this official opinion from our.
Privilege and still substituting main.
For our young people watching that are interested in government, and for the people that are qualifying, it is qualifying week. If you are interested in working in government, it is critical to learn your Robert's Rules of Order. They're parliamentary classes. You will be a better legislator.
Try 33.
The better
Try
that you are.
33.8.
All right, so we have a recommendation for 33A.
33.8.
33.8, I'm sorry. Do you have the answer, Mr. Attorney McClendon?
Basically, if I'm correct, is that you can have an amendment to a motion and then an amendment to that, but then after that, you have to go back to the original motion.
Correct.
Okay, so two substitute motions. We're on our second substitute motion, which right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, is to accept the withdrawal of the third district live event and approve a Sandtown Park reopening event. Please, let's take that vote by a show of hands.
Discussion.
There's no discussion on the substitute motion.
Is that, that's not
Is that
true.
correct, Mr. McClendon or Hyman, anyone?
Discussion. It can be.
Okay, I stand corrected. Councilwoman Willis.
So, this was a lot. And we still got items on here. And we got Councilmember Gums and I, and even Pritchett, have been very patient while all this money is flying around. And this really, you know, this is the fallout of us being district specific. So we sitting up here with the Yeet Fest. What kind of money is going to that?
Well,
Because if we're approving all these events, I do agree respectfully what Councilmember Gums says. We got to have equity.
I will. We've been doing so good, Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor, if I may.
I just want to respond.
That touches on the comment I've been trying to make for a half hour.
I still have.
I hear you. And you will be next. I'm just going to respond to this, and I'm going to say this, and then you'll be next, Mayor Pro Tem Williams. When we passed this ordinance, we're here because we passed an ordinance that said we get to vote on everything. We get to vote on all of the events. And when we passed that ordinance, I said, I don't think this is ready for prime time. One of the things that we are working through with our new agenda process, which we will begin in October, is that every ordinance, every resolution has to be attached to a department, because what sounds good in some of our heads doesn't make sense when our staff tries to roll it out. We are here because we passed an ordinance. And now we are dealing with the ramifications of an ordinance that we passed 4 months ago. And since passing that, that's how we got to this long list. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. There in all of the events, there are the costs that you can readily see, capital outlay, and then there are the hidden costs that you don't see. If I remember correctly from a conversation with our police chief, who's sitting here and can keep me honest, overtime for a police officer is $50 an hour per officer. We don't know what the overtime cost for fire and EMS is because we don't have a number on that. $60 an hour per fire EMS person. Parks and Rec, we don't have a number hourly of what it costs for Parks and Rec to do all of this overtime. So just because an event does not have a budgetary number attached to it does not mean it is free. It costs money. And we can sit here and spin our wheels about equity. I wish we wouldn't because it's late and I just got off a plane at 10:15 last night coming from the West Coast. But if we're going to talk about equity, then we need to talk about all of the events that have been had all year that cost money. Just because you don't see the money doesn't mean the money isn't there. We're asking Chief Meadows to subsidize police overtime at $50 an hour times however many officers he has to pull off of patrol and the actual police work to staff these events. Same thing with fire, same thing with Parks and Rec, same thing with Jackie, same thing with Kayvon, same thing with, and I forgive me for not knowing the name of our photographer, same thing for her. And then there's the untold cost of what we are doing when we take these people away from their families. When we are calling people off, when they are off trying to enjoy their husbands, their wives, their kids, their parents, their grandparents, that is an incalculable cost because none of us knows which day is going to be our last. And every time you pull these people away from their friends and their family and their loved ones, no man knoweth the day nor the hour of when they are going to be the subject of one of our council comment calls for prayer for the family because they're gone. I am sure that Major Pritchett had no idea that her mother was going to suddenly be gone from here as she is trying to work events at Wolf Creek, which I'm pretty sure was off the clock. So if we're going to talk about equity, we need to talk about the entire picture of equity and the entire picture of the demands that we are putting on people's lives. And time is forever ticking. None of us is guaranteed to walk out of here and make it home. Every day we wake up clothed in our right mind, a reasonable portion of health and strength, food on our table, shoes on our feet. That's not just something you go to church on Sunday and shout about and then go in the parking lot and act a monkey. It's real. So if we're going to talk costs, let's add up all of the cost and not just what you think you see, because you see a number on a piece of paper. It all costs. And if we're going to talk about equity, let's look at the list in front of us of 41 events, 20 of which are happening in 14 days, and I'm looking at staff that's going to be asked to leave their homes, leave their families, leave their friends, leave their churches to come service us. And we're sitting here arguing about $35,000 like these people's lives don't matter. Count up all the costs, not just what you think you see. I yield.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue.
Just a reminder that there are several more people in the queue, but just a reminder that we do have a motion and a second on the floor. The motion and the second on the floor, I'm going to try and chair this meeting, is to remove the third district live event and to add the Sandtown opening event. That is the substitute motion that is on the floor, and I am going to try, but only with your consent, to enforce rules of germaneness. If we can keep our comments to those two things, striking the third district live event and adding in Sandtown. That's what we're talking about right now. Back to you, Councilman Willis, for those two items. I'm going to open up my queue to see who is next in this queue.
Mayor, the only reason I decided to go ahead and let Councilwoman Gomes go first, because she really hasn't said much. So,
I got you. But Councilwoman Pritchard is here. Then we'll go to Councilwoman Gomes. Councilwoman Pritchard.
I'll say this quickly. A lot of times we're encouraged to stay out of City Hall, to stay out of city business, but this is one time that I would like to say that we need to really look at how we've handled this evening. We really have not been prepared to discuss numbers, times, all this stuff that we're discussing. We should, as council members, be discussing with city manager, assistant city manager, staff, and we need to put a little bit more effort into getting all this stuff done instead of coming here and trying to do this in front of people. So I'd like to make that point, and I'll yield to Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you, and I want to echo those apologies to our staff. Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Pritchard, and I do apologize to the staff for losing my cool in the very beginning, but I do feel like there are some things that do need to be addressed. Everything that Mayor Pro Tem said was wonderful, eloquent, but yes, equity is important because, again, District 2 has not had anything that all of the other districts have had, the support from any parks and recs, so or even Sandtown, because I do represent a portion of Sandtown. So equity is important. I do my own events. I do them out of my budget. I don't come to you all and ask you for money or have been gifted with additional dollars. Everybody else on this council, a few of you have been gifted with dollars. And never in my wildest dreams would I think of taking an event from the people of District 4. What I said was equity. I said it and prefaced it in my comments that I'm not taking away from anybody. I want the same thing that everybody else got. My residents deserve the same thing. So how is it that everyone else is able to get things and nobody else up here? Sandtown Park needs to be reopened. We should be dancing with bells on.
3 years.
3 years that park's been closed. Cliftondale, we need to have stuff in Cliftondale. But yet at the same time, I'm going to be chastised of me trying to block an event because I'm advocating for my residents, just like everybody else up here on this dais. So again, it is equity. We need to look at everything, but equity is important. And I just don't want, I've asked for the city manager. We shouldn't even still be here at this point in time, and this still in this space. All I want is to understand what can I get for my park? What can I get for Sandtown Park? What can Welcome All get for, well, I'm sorry. There's some things that happen at Welcome All, but I'm also saying there have been people, there's districts that have not received anything.
This year.
At all. Even the years before that.
Right.
So again, I am always collaborative, but all I'm asking is for a little bit of equity. And I want to be able to understand it. So it's all well and good, because, you know, even we're doing the Azuka Festival. Great initiative. I am proud to partner with Councilwoman Pritchard on that. But also at the same time, that's $65K, right? How can we get more of that for stuff for big events? And that's all I'm asking. And I know I sound frustrated because it is frustrating. We've been dancing in this little circle for quite a bit now, and it's hot in here. I just want to figure out what is the end solution. And I support this motion because I want to be able to get something for Sandtown. I want to be able to get Cliftondale. I'm not taking away from anybody else. I just want the same thing. Right. And that's my comments.
Okay. Thank you. I
really
really.
think the city manager was going to respond to my comment, though.
I only have one quick question.
If you can allow her.
Everyone only has one more thing to say. Madam City Manager.
I don't talk to you.
So to answer the question, we are literally in the process of budget right now. And as I said in my comments, when I presented the budget, and I said it today, this is my proposed budget. I expect you to give me feedback. If there are things you want me to add, change, move, shift, tell me that. You know, I took a stab at taking your feedback at the retreat and putting the council requested items. If there are other council requested items, tell me that. And if you tell me that and tell me what it is you need, want, desire, feel that it should be in there, then we make those adjustments, and it's a vote of 4 or more to get it passed.
But in other I've worked in other counties and other cities. There is a certain amount that is split among the council. So if there is 500,000, right? Why can't we split the 500,000 equally and provide that for each district?
You can.
Instead of this being, okay, here's a number, y'all need that. Here's a number, y'all need that.
You can if that's what you request. Nobody, when we met and we sat for a whole day and half a day we talked about budget, at no point, we kept good notes. We wrote them on the flip charts, and we captured them and we priced them. If that is something that you would like and you would like it to be done to make it equitable, then tell us that. In your budgets, you have a small allocation for community outreach, and it's equitable. If you want a signature event and you want the signature event to be funded at a dollar amount, tell us what that is, and we can incorporate it in the budget.
Okay.
If that's the desire of the council. I work at your behest. The budget is proposed. If you want to make that kind of a change and you want to stick with a signature event and maybe some minor events, and, we can do that.
That's understandable, and I appreciate that. But all I'm saying is that we're hit with this today. We didn't see that at the retreat. Those numbers weren't there. And now we're looking at it with these numbers, and it's still not, it doesn't resonate with me, because I'm trying to figure out where the money's coming from, and it doesn't look equitable. So if we have it on the list, Councilman Sebastian is getting 15,000. Where's the other 20,000? So that's where I'm trying to get to. How is it equitable? And he may not need 20,000, but I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
And I need it to make sense, so I appreciate that.
I got you, man. I got you. Recognize me, I got you.
I was gonna hold mine if you hold yours, but go ahead, Councilman Willis.
For years, and this is what Mayor has been battling with too, for years. I've been on this council for 6 years. Mayor and I have always been told, when we have events, we gotta pay for security. We gotta, whoever we're partnering with, have to pay for security. I challenge residents to do an open record request for anything that was done in District 3. I have never had an event that cost $30,000, $20,000, $15,000. Because when people come to Councilwoman Willis and they want to partner, I always get with Park and Rec, I always get with Chief Meadows or Park and Rec, and then they do a security plan and they establish a cost, and security has to be paid for. Public safety has to be paid for. I've never, ever have seen anything like this, where an individual district can come to the city and get $30,000 here, $30,000 there, $30,000 here. I recall this council paying up, saying that we approved for a training program up to a certain amount. We never approved for no concerts. We never approved for entertainment. We never approved for portables and lights and stages and entertainment. Respectfully, the equity is not there. And I've been on here 6 years, and nothing that I have had in District 3 has ever cost, I would venture to say, nothing in District 3 has ever cost that was not citywide, has ever had to have portables, parties, and nothing has ever cost no $10,000, $30,000, $15,000, $20,000. Now, I do understand there are certain circumstances that are beyond our control. And then I'm going to even be fair and say, I venture to say, Mayor have been catching pure 8s for 6 years. Because when he partnered with people, you're always told you got to pay for what?
Security. Security.
You should feel some kind of way about this. But I'm going to yield because we've been doing good, Mayor. I'm going to yield.
Mayor,
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I got to respond to that. I got to.
No,
I have
you don't.
to. Yes, I do.
First,
Yes,
you
I
have to
do.
acknowledge that I'm the mayor, and so I get to.
I did say it,
respond
Mayor.
first. Okay, so I'm gonna. Conversations about equity always get heated. They always get heated. My mama told me before I even became a council person, we were just talking about relationships. She said, when the money get funny, the people get funny. Conversations about equity are hard. We have to give one another some grace and really trust. Conversations about equity are hard, but they're harder when the parties don't trust each other.
Absolutely.
So right now, I'm going to ask all of you to trust me to call this vote and move on. We gonna come back on September 12th. We're gonna have many more conversations, but I do just want to address some of the things that I heard. I'm gonna say a couple things that's going. I'm gonna try and hit everybody. Okay. It is true that I have always been asked to pay for security, Councilman Willis, and I've always bucked against it. I don't know if you remember, but at one point in time, this council voted to pay like $20,000 for old NAT day to happen. We had a special call meeting. We were in the break room, and the council paid for it, I think out of the city manager. I think Odie was the city manager at that time, paid for it out of his budget. It's true that you don't have to pay for porta potties and these things, but just hear me out. Keep this in consideration. You have the largest recreation center in the city and the tennis center. You got places to have events. District 1's got Southwest Art Center. Councilman Gums, you have Wolf Creek. We done put a lot of money in it. Now, that's for the whole city, but it is in District 2. There are places like District 7 that doesn't even have a park. They don't have a building. District 4 doesn't have a building. District 6 got a pavilion that's smaller than this room, right? And so when we talk about equity, we've got to understand that some people don't have facilities and places to have events. And so we're going to have to spend a little more in those districts, whether it's porta potties, whether it's whatever. We're going to have to spend a little more so that people can have an event in their neighborhood and not have to drive all the way to Southwest Art Center or Wolf Creek, because this city is 90 square miles and gas is $4 a gallon. Now, conversely, not every district has a street like Old National. Every time there's a parade or a big event of any size, people want to do it on Old National. So Old National gets more outdoor events sometimes in terms of walks and runs and parades. So equity is really complicated. Everything is not always an apples to apples comparison. But if we don't trust each other and give each other a little grace, and most importantly, if we don't trust our staff, I think we trust you, Madam City Manager. You gonna make sure that we gonna get through September, and after that, you gonna make sure that everybody has an event in their district, that everybody got something going on. We'll figure out how to pay for it. You'll figure out how to. I'm gonna trust you to figure out how to pay for it, because I am not the math person. But if we could just trust the process, trust the city manager in this moment. Let's just get this item approved and these road races approved so that we can get on to these public safety issues. We're gonna take a little 10-minute intermission, and then we're gonna talk about these last. After we approve these special items, we're gonna talk about these last 10 items. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to withdraw the third district live event and add the Sandtown event. I want to vote by a show of hands on that motion.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, unanimous.
Okay, we have 3 events. I don't normally do this because I don't know if it's really right to do, but I'm going to do it tonight because it's 9 o'clock. We've got 3 events: the ONMA 5K, the Divine 9 5K, and the One Love Century Cycling.
I
Now-
move to approve the special event permit for the annual National Merchants Association 5K Walk Run, the 8th Annual Divine Nine National Panhellenic Council 5K, and the One Love Century Cycling through the City of South Fulton events.
Second.
Been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Quick item of discussion. The route for the One Love Century, does it cross over Wolf Creek at any point, any time? Because those are both on the same day. Where's the One Love Century route? All right. We just going to approve it. We're going to trust staff to work it out. If we need to, if it does, I'm going to suggest that the cycling starts first because they'll get out in front of the runners. But we're going to trust y'all to handle that. All right. A motion and a second on the floor. A vote by a show of hands to approve these items.
Corey, that is unanimous.
All right. I'm going to entertain a motion for a 7-minute intermission to 9:35 so we can just catch our breath.
Can we just approve it, go through these?
Okay. We're going to go ahead. All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 38.
39.
No, 38 is public safety.
39.
We're holding that
Oh, we're
until
holding
executive
that, okay.
session. Yep. So 39 is first reading of ordinance to amend Title 13 Fire Protection and Prevention, Chapter 3 Fire Prevention Code and Safety Standards of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Section 13-3007, electric coil cooking devices. This is first read.
This is the first read. Can we trust everyone to just get their questions to the fire department?
Yes.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 40, second reading, request approval of an ordinance to amend Section 4.16, Internal Auditor of the City of South Fulton Charter and for other lawful purposes.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve item number 40, second read and request approval of an ordinance to amend section 4.16, internal auditor of the City of South Fulton Charter and for other lawful purposes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote by show of hands.
Court, that is unanimous.
All right, sound the next item.
Next item is item 41, second read and request approval of an ordinance to amend section 4.11 boards of the City of South Fulton Charter and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Councilmember Pritchett.
I'll entertain a motion, and please, y'all hear this. I will entertain a motion to approve the item that was sounded. That's all you got to say. You don't have to read the whole thing.
I motion to approve item number 41.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, show of hands.
Court, that is unanimous.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is 42, a first read of an ordinance to amend Title 11 Parks and Recreation, Chapter 8 Arts and Entertainment of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of amending South Fulton Public Arts Ordinance.
Love y'all. We're going to get back to y'all with our questions and comments. Is that cool with everybody? All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 43, request approval of a resolution to adopt and approve the city tree and flower and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Council Members Rao, Gums, and Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
I will entertain a motion to approve the item that was sounded.
I move to approve the resolution to adopt and approve the city tree and flower, as well as to request approval of revising, I'll stop right there. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote by show of hands.
Record that 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is first read, an ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 3, Mayor and Council of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of amending Section 1-3001, time and place for meetings, open meetings. City
Y'all
Manager.
get city manager the questions, and she can address it at the work session on the 12th. That's good? All right. All right, please sound the last item.
Last item, item 45, request approval of a revised purchasing card policy and travel policy. It's placed on the agenda by the city manager.
Okay, Madam City Manager, you want to say anything about that? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the item as sounded.
I move to approve item number 45, approving the revised purchasing card policy and travel policy.
Okay,
Second.
it's been properly moved and seconded. Discussion, Councilwoman Gums.
So, yes, I had the opportunity to read the revised P-card policy, and I understand that there is a level of accountability that needs to be overall over the card usage. But at the same token, trust and ethical behavior should be allowed. This policy is very, very restrictive. In the first paragraph of the new policy, it states the city facilitates the purchasing card program because it is an efficient method of purchasing and paying for goods and services for official city business use within established limits. The program reduces the number of purchase orders and vouchers issued, thereby enhancing efficiency and cost-cutting measures for the city. However, with the new P-card policy, we will continue to be submitting purchase orders and removing the P-card. So why don't we just all turn in our P-cards? Because what I'm saying is that everything that you're asking us to do with the food purchasing, everything, it pretty much says you need to probably do a PO. So why are we going through, it's very restrictive. Once you read through it, it's very, very restrictive. So I don't know how many of my colleagues have had the opportunity to read through it, but what it says here is that we are limiting the number of purchase orders. We're limiting the number of purchase orders and vouchers. That's why we were using the P card. But now it's saying that we're going to, because we're not using our P cards as much, we'll be putting more purchase orders and vouchers in the system, which so technically that is a conflict of efficiency and cost-cutting measures. Because we're now going to be putting more purchase orders inside the system. We're going to be using more employees. So I don't see how, to me, I don't see how that is an effective. I mean, I get it. We should all just pretty much turn in our P cards, but I don't see the it just doesn't make sense.
Can you give me an example?
So, let me pull it up. I don't have it in front of me.
If I may, I'm going to yield back to you, Councilman Gums. Madam City Manager, I thought all this was doing was saying that we couldn't go out to lunch on the P card. Are there other things that this is also restricting? Because I thought that was it.
So,
Which I'm fine with, by the way, but go ahead. I just want to be clear, I'm fine with that. Are there any other P card restrictions other than us not being able to go out to lunch on the P card? Are there other new restrictions that are outside of travel? Are there other new restrictions that you're putting on the P card?
I mean, I'm looking at allowable purchases. Allowable purchases include, but are not limited to, pretty much all of your supplies, your travel expenses, your professional dues, general items that don't require a purchase order, registrations for conferences, emergency purchases, rental equipment, food and meals within a program budget documented for a public benefit, food and meals for approved travel. Prohibited items are personal use, unbudgeted cash advances, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, items that circumvent the purchase order process, which would be an item that's over a certain dollar amount. So alcoholic beverages are prohibited. So I'm not sure what it is that is going to restrict.
So is there any So internal employees versus council, is there any delineation between those two? Because also too, it says internal employee programs such as training, which include food and beverage, pre-approval for all or any items. So anytime we take, I guess, we go out to eat with our staff, or we have to come to you and get a pre-approval of how much we can spend on the P card? So
If it's in the city.
Huh?
If it's in the metro area. If it's travel, it's
Internal
not.
employee programs that in total would exceed $200 or $20 per person attending the program. So, you know, the purchasing card, what we're trying to do is to put guardrails in place to prevent abuse. But we don't want to restrict, I mean, we increase the limits on the P card to make it so that we could reduce small purchase orders and things, especially on the supplies, subscriptions, and things that you need to purchase all the time.
So in other, and I know we are a local government, right? But is there, I can't remember if I read it in here, but is there a threshold to where, if we say anything that's over 500 or anything that's over 1,000, if we're gonna be, is that when we put in the PO? So right now, where is it at? And I don't know, because Brandon does the POs, but is there anything, like, are we putting in a PO for $100? Are we putting in a PO for $250? Like, is there a limit of when to put in the PO?
Well, the purchasing policy and the purchasing ordinance outlines the purchasing thresholds, but it's, most of the times, it's not necessarily the dollar amount, it's what it is.
Right.
So for example, by policy, you're not allowed to buy software with your P card. So you may have to put in a purchase order to buy software, even though it's not a big dollar amount, but our policy is we don't want people using their P card to go out and just buy random software and load it on city devices.
So when is the most appropriate time to use your P card? Just kind of
everything I just read.
No, I'm saying, is it,
or not use it or use it?
so are we using it, so like if it's a vendor that doesn't take POs, or is it
Or doesn't
time
take P
for
card.
where, short instances where we don't have enough time for planning or whatever, and we just went on ahead and say, can we use the P card? Is that allowable?
Yeah, because as long as it's inside of these categories, then
And you're saying PayPal, which I agree with, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, which we shouldn't even be doing Cash App, but Venmo's there, all the other money transfer
those are
mechanisms
prohibited.
are canceled.
Those are prohibited. Those have been prohibited. That's not new.
Okay. All right.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, can you restate that part of the policy that speaks towards doing government business, please?
Get a check, you can put it in.
Sure. You, right at the very beginning,
Part of the policy.
I think it was
Talk
about buying
what-
food.
What's allowed.
I want to read it verbatim.
We can come back to it when
Sure.
you found it. I haven't gotten an opinion yet from legal, but I did ask for some opinions on if some of the activities that happen in District 4 are against the policy. And I go back to the point of not having a government office, not having a park, not having any place over in District 4 to meet. So most of the times when constituents come and say, I want to have a meeting, it's not going to be at my house, it's not going to be at their house, it's going to be someplace public, which is usually a restaurant, okay? I've worked in corporate America for a long time. I've had company cards. I have company cards for other organizations that I'm associated with. Not a single time has any one of my purchases for years has ever been questioned until now. So we talk about equity, we got to think about this. If I have a meeting with my board appointees after hours, and I'm taking them out to a local burger joint, if you're telling me that my district can't pay for dinner for those volunteers who work on some of these boards, then I'll tell you all what, I do not need the P card. And that's why I have instructed my LS, don't know, Mr. Clerk, if you've gotten it yet, but I've instructed her to turn in my P cards, my P card.
Oh, wait, first, before you take that step, Madam Subadan, is that what you're saying? In that scenario, is that an acceptable use under this policy? Let's just be clear about it before we.
Sure. So right now, I have asked everybody to discontinue individual meal purchases on their P card. Partly because I wanted to get a better handle on what is happening with P cards across the organization and the accusations of abuse and on and on and on of what's going on right now. This policy does not prohibit that. Right now, I've asked you to just put a pause on everything, partly because you have not adopted a P card policy.
But
when you adopt a P card policy, this is the standard that you will now be held to. Before this, there was no conversation around it. You had a very broad agreement that basically said, only use it for public good. And so this is the opportunity for you to adopt a P card policy that now this is the new standard that everybody gets to live by, gets judged by, and it has processes in it.
All right, to be clear, individual meal purchases are prohibited, but
Unless
the
you're
group,
on travel.
unless you're on travel, but the group meal purchases that Councilman Sebastian just described are not prohibited under this new policy.
But there's an approval process.
So that we just need to let you know that we're going to do it and get your approval.
For group meals.
For group meals.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna yield back to Councilman Sebastian. I just want to get clarity around that.
Thank you. Like Councilmember Gums, I read through every part of this policy, and part of the reason why I feel strongly about giving up the P card is that I feel it is too constrictive when it comes to council members who have to answer to the public and sometimes at last minute requests, right? Where if y'all want me to be calling y'all every minute to get approval, I'm good. But I think I was elected to a certain level of trust. And my P card do not have any individual meals on them, because I never do that. As a matter of fact, I had a business meeting to discuss city business, and we met at a local restaurant. And when I showed up there, the person already ordered their meal. So I hadn't even had the opportunity to pay for both of our meals. And you know what I did? I paid for my own meal. Did not put it on the city card. Because that would have looked like an individual purchase and an individual meal. But to tell me a practice that has gone on for eons in the business world as a council member, if that's a problem, and if people are going to go out and talk about it, then you know what? I don't need the card. Last thing I'll say, I got a refund from my current company who I don't have a business card, a P card with. So I put out my own money and get a refund. My deposit yesterday was almost $1,800. I have no problems if I need to put out a little money and get it back. I'm not rich, but I prefer to do that to save my name. I don't want my name to be solid, right? That means the world to me. So, for me personally, I don't like some of the restrictions here. I think there should be a separation between council and staff. That's just me. But if my colleagues want to go ahead and approve this, get 4 votes, 5 votes, whatever, go ahead. But I think we need to be careful because we're seeing sometimes when we approve things and we don't take the time to work through them, get enough feedback, we see sometimes the unintended consequences that can happen. That's why we're still here at 10 o'clock tonight. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me again. I would like to say that Ms. Subadan, although you feel that we have not had a formal purchase card policy, I do disagree because when I worked here in the city in 2018 and 2019, and coming back as a council member, we have been briefed. We have received training from persons in the finance department, and we all, well, I can only speak for myself. These things that are in your policy, they have been explained to me. We do understand. I actually don't have a problem with it. But this is what I'm going to say, and I'm going to be very clear about this. We're in the middle of a political cycle. 1, 3, 5, and 7 are up for re-election. And in addition to that, we get criticized for everything because people, there are some people, and yes, some of you spend more time worrying about me and my colleagues than you do about yourself and your businesses. However, and that's not meant to be rude because there are a lot of citizens that really do have a legitimate concern. But the difference is that if you understand in the scope of what we do, the type of events that we go to, where we stay, the type of expenses that go along with our training and our travel, some of the people in the public are unnecessarily criticizing us, and actually you're spending a whole lot of your money doing open records requests for things that we're actually not violating. You just want to know everything. So the truth of the matter is I do support this policy. I do think it's nice to see it well written out, but I do want the public to know that we're not violating policy. At least I speak for myself. We're doing what is the normal course of what we do as council persons. In addition to that, for every item or category that we use our purchase card to spend, those are things that they are budget amounts. So if there's a budget amount for, say, postage, and that's $3,000, and we've spent $2,000 on postage, don't freak out because, oh, what are they spending on postage? We do mailers, you know, and other communications to reach out to constituents. And the knowledge is power. You won't accuse people when you know what we do in the normal course of our business. And another reason why certain things we have to do with our purchase card is because the days of a travel agency don't exist anymore. You actually have to use a card to buy certain things. And Ms. Subadan, unfortunately, and you know I've talked to you about this a lot, the procurement process also is very slow. And I'm not meaning to disparage anybody, but we have to do a better job at getting purchase orders and requisitions in and out, because a lot of, well, I'm saying this with regards to the council and many of the departments, that things are being held up and it affects the flow of how we do business. But I am optimistic that those things are going to improve. Madam Subadan, my recommendation, however, in the section that deals with administration is that I've heard, I think, inappropriate chatter about people wanting to approve or disapprove a purchase on our P card because there was a sales tax and we should have done this and done that. I would actually ask you if the finance department can take the onus of, if you see that we purchased something from a company that it has a great difficulty in us trying to figure out how to get that tax exempt status with them, that the finance staff assist us in that, because it really isn't fair to us to do finance work when we don't work in finance. And I yield. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
We did have a P-card policy, but I do agree we needed to strengthen our P-card policy. The P-card policy that we had was one that I formally legislated. I do agree we needed to strengthen it. But Subadan, you know, you're just trying to keep people from going to jail. You're just trying to keep the GBI up out of here. And you know, I appreciate it. I even went in and did my nice little letterhead, and, you know, I appreciate it. I mean, I've never had a problem with my P card. You know, never been asked to pay anything back and try to be fiscally responsible. I just would say, you know, if people don't want the restrictions, you try it. Let them have at it. We see what's going on in other cities. I do think that, you know, when we take people out for group luncheon, you know, I worked in corporate too. I had my Amex, but we had to list who was at those luncheons, you know. When we had those, well, no, we don't do that now. I mean, there's not the policy doesn't say, the current policy doesn't say do that. I will make a suggestion that if you do a group lunch, that we list who was in attendance at that group lunch. And that'll prohibit the breakfast burritos and the Dunkin' Donuts and the ruchatas and all that stuff that people, I hadn't seen. I just see stuff all over Facebook and all over social media, people saying, people going to Victoria's Secrets and all that stuff, you know. So I haven't seen the statements. I'm just hearing what people are saying on social media. So, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. I can only answer for what I do in District 3, and I've never been asked to pay my stuff back. And then when I am questioned about certain things, I can justify what I've done. I don't think people are talking about mailers and postage. People are talking about the food purchases. You know, people treating these cards as if they're their own debit cards. So I will offer the suggestion that if you're going to do a group lunch, to update the policy to say, you know, list who you're going to, itemize who's in attendance at lunch on the receipt. Some of the software purchases are going to be a little difficult. Now, what I do go to IT, and like I have like Grammarly, Constant Contact, stuff like that, and we can't do purchase orders for stuff like that. So Neymar might say, go ahead and run it through, you know, go ahead and purchase it. I mean, because we can't do purchase orders for stuff like that, for certain programs. Am I correct, Mr. Strickland? Certain things we don't have, do you have Grammarly? Do you have the software for Grammarly? Because you told me to go out and buy it. Do you have the software Constant Contact? We don't have that stuff in the city. We do our newsletters in Constant Contact. That's software we don't have in the city. Some people use MailChimp.
He told me I had to get a purchase order for Grammarly, so he's in trouble
No,
now.
you didn't. You told me. You didn't tell me to do a purchase order for Grammarly.
Before she got here, one. But we do have we just opened up an account with Grammarly, so we're going to try to do it across the board because of that same issue. We had a lot of people going out getting things that we didn't have city accounts for. So.
For the record, don't I always come to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so maybe you need to put something in the policy. I'm just offering helpful suggestions where it says, where it talked about not getting software unless there is IT and city manager approval. Because you may want to question, okay, well, why is it, you know? So I would say, I don't know if you want to burden yourself. Because I point of escalation is the city manager, that's why I said you might want to put.
It does say exception for the Information Technology Department in accordance with the purchasing policy.
Yeah, but what does that mean? So
the Neymar gets to tell you whether or not you can buy it.
Right. So I guess I would want to see it a little bit more plainer to say, you know, with IT approval. Or if you feel like it needs to be IT and city manager approval because council might be involved, something like that. The group lunches, I told you, we probably need to itemize the receipts if it's going to be a local group luncheon. Same thing for if we're doing a community outreach and we have to use the card, I would say probably just itemize what the event was. That's what we're supposed to be doing anyway. So it's 10 o'clock, almost 10 o'clock. I would say, can we just bring this, Mayor, do you mind, or Ms. Superdan, if we just bring this back at the next meeting and then we go in and redline some of these suggestions? And I'm okay with the safeguard that you have put in place, because I truly do believe that you are trying to protect us. I don't think you're trying to be overbearing. There were some things that were of concern I heard about and saw on social media. I haven't seen anything, but I do think that you are trying to protect us. So I don't mind, until we can bring this back, that we keep that. Because I think I asked you about something and you said, just go ahead and pay for it and reimburse yourself. It was something I asked you about. But I don't mind that extra protocol in place until we can get this in place. But we did have a policy. It just needed to be strengthened.
Okay. Can we put it back in? So, I mean, this has history. It went back to a draft that was created out of the peak out audit, but it was never, the new policy was never adopted. What they produced was extraordinarily restrictive.
Right.
And so a group of you met, you put your comments together. This was the result of those comments. And so, if there are more changes to be made, I'm going to ask Corey to put it back in the portal.
I withdraw my motion.
And make the changes, and then we can bring it back at another date.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent start. The three of us sat in we had a lunch meeting. We went through the policy and the travel policy. I think this is an excellent start. I just say a few minor tweaks and we'll be where we need to be.
But did you use your P card?
What?
For your lunch meeting?
No, our clerk ordered it for us. Our clerk ordered it for us.
He used his P card.
Yes.
We're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it. It's just
So
a
it
joke.
was a business lunch. We worked in City Hall and our clerk ordered it. And the city manager approved it. She was in the meeting too.
I'm just teasing.
Nah. Orange is my favorite color, but I don't look good in orange for prison.
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so we have Raul, Gums, and Sebastian. Y'all have all spoken once, is that correct?
Not on this, just to clarify. So it's coming back at the next meeting. Okay.
Okay, Councilman Gums.
I forgot my comments, so I'll make sure when it resurfaces, I'll put it in.
Councilman Sebastian.
I agree 100% that the policy needs to be strengthened and clarified. I know one of the things that came out in the early stages of this revision is that we're not supposed to buy gas, and my P card had gas on it. And I said, well, big guy here, we didn't have any car that could fit me, so I had to buy gas because I had to rent cars. And so with that discussion, they were like, well, yeah, we probably need to do a tweak. So again, I really agree with putting more restrictions to cut down on the waste of the people's money. But I really think we cannot have it as restrictive as it currently sits. And I do apologize, Madam City Manager, if I didn't send the feedback through the legislative portal. I'll do a better job with that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get with IT because I think I'm still having some problems with my email and my computers. So I don't see everything sometimes. All right? With that, I yield.
Councilman Reeves.
Absolutely, yeah, I did ask for mine to be turned in as well and just do everything through a PO, but I'll send my changes to the portal.
Thank you.
Okay. One of my favorite books is the Four Agreements. And two of the four agreements deal with things we're talking about here. That is to not take things personally and to not make assumptions. Madam City Manager, how many P cards are there in the city?
48.
48. So we're not just talking about council.
No.
Right? I know some people have felt targeted.
No.
We're not just talking about council. I will say this has been very illuminating, though, because I have been required, since I have taken office as mayor, maybe even as council, I've been required to list the names
Me
of
too.
every person on my receipt.
too.
My receipts have been rejected. So it sounds like we're not all being governed by the same thing. I had to get a PO for Textable. It wasn't offered for me to use the credit card, like for these like text alerts. So I had to get, number one, I do think that whatever policy we adopt, everybody should be subject to it. All 48. There should be no distinction between mayor and council. And Clerk Adams, you should probably just be prepared after today's discussion to get open records requests for all 48 of those cards, because I'm sure that one of our friends on Nextdoor is writing it up right now. I do think that it's important. We are going to need in our purchasing department. There was one time I tried to do something for an event. I'm not trying to do that for events anymore, but I went to Sam's Club. They wouldn't take the tax exempt form. They wanted to fill it out online, so that was an issue. I told you about an issue that we had someplace else. So it does get complicated filling out these tax exempt forms, and if there are people in the city that can help expedite that process, that would be helpful. But I do think that I don't want us to wait another month, right? Because we just said we got 20 events. So we're going to go ahead and put this on the work session. Maybe we'll have can we do a special call meeting to go ahead and approve this? I think we've got our work session for the 12th. So please, nobody send any new items. We're going to be discussing special events and P cards. And from what it could tell, it's going to take the whole work session to get those two things done. So thank you, everybody, for our comments. So the motion has been withdrawn. I will entertain a motion to, Councilwoman Gomes, go ahead.
The only question that I have, City Manager, is how will this approval process look? Are you going to have staff? Because 48, and it's a lot of transactions normally happening, right, within the city with 48 P cards. Is it just going to be you reviewing it, or how does that work? Because, again, a lot of people try to, I mean, if it's just with you, I understand, but people try to weaponize and do all this other stuff.
Yeah,
right?
no, we'll set up a proper process that's electronic that allows for you to fill in all of that information easily, and, we'll guarantee it gets turned around in a business day. So a couple of us, in my office will make sure we monitor it.
Okay.
And if you can give us stuff in advance, so if you know you have, 10 events coming up, and you say, here are my events, I'm going to need to use a P card, here's the approximate amount I'm expecting to spend for my, senior breakfast or whatever it is, then we can do them in group. We're not trying to handcuff anybody, we're just trying to make sure that there is accountability, and, 48 is a big number, is a lot of cards.
Is there an appetite for like Concur or something like that, as far as helping us with our travel and keeping it consistent or something of that nature in our per diems? Have you all thought about anything
Using
like
one
that?
of those?
Yeah.
We actually talked about, it's interesting, we talked about the form, and the form is terrible. It's not a user-friendly form, so we are looking at possibilities of how we can make it more seamless and less cumbersome, especially on the travel side.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion to table this until a special call meeting vote on 9/12. Or whatever y'all
I move that
want.
we table the adoption of the P card policy until after our next work session, and a call for a special call meeting to adopt.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take a vote by show of hands.
Record that is unanimous.
All right. And 1 hour behind schedule, we have reached the end of our agenda. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
A second, I would like to have a substitute motion. The city manager says she has something, Mayor. A substitute motion to do executive session for real estate, personnel, and litigation.
Second.
It's been moved and
And
seconded.
cybersecurity.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the vote. Let's just show of hands.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
All right, that passes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying up for the late show with South Fulton City Council. We now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene. I move to reconvene.
Do I have a second? It has been moved and properly seconded that we reconvene. Any discussion? Can we do this by a show of hands?
We are reconvened at 11:18 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any items from executive session that require a public action?
No, there was no formal action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
Madam Pro Tem, I move to table 38, item number 38 on the agenda.
It has been moved and seconded that we table item number 38 on the agenda. Is that a motion to table indefinitely? Okay, thank you. It has been moved and properly seconded that we table item number 38 on the agenda indefinitely. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? If we could do this by a show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously.
Thank you. Is there any other business, Mr. Clerk, is there any other business before the council?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Madam Mayor.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we adjourn. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by a show of hands?
Record that as unanimous. We are adjourned at 11:20 p.m.
Thank you.